at this scene with this minor bump, and you can see as she pulls away, the tail light is well intact. So all of that is not going to hold water.
Canton Police Department was allowed to facilitate the removal of that light.
Yes.
And during the course of the removal of that light, that taillight was broken, correct?
That's correct.
And shattered.
Yes.
Parts of it that were falling onto the ground.
I don't think there was anything falling on the ground at that.
People, it's over. Elvis has left the building. It's done. Over.
Yo, there we are. Hello, beautiful people. How are we? How are we there? Right, this is from Dennis, fresh off the press. This is them setting up this morning, so I thought I'd put it up first thing. So, Dennis Sweeney, shout out to you, sir. Thank you very much for the photograph this morning. All right, hang on. Let me get this going. See, I'm unprepared now because of that photo. I'll get to the chat now in a second. Right, so this is obviously Tom CPU. I'm not sure who that is, but right, Miss. Hey, Miss. Good morning to you. Hope you're well. You're early. You're early today. What's happening? Fairy. My darling Fairy. How are you from Ireland? Top of the morning to you, Fairy. How are we? Just checking in to say hi. Hope everyone's great and not too head mashed by Lali's never ending, if anything, and sort ofs. I know. I hope you're enjoying the trial, though, Fairy. It is, though, isn't it? But hey, thank you for popping in. Love the fact that you're popping in. Always good to see you, darling. Tim from Denmark, how are you doing, fella? You're right. Christine, hello, good morning to you. Excited utterance. Hello, Hella, how are you? Hope you're well. Good morning, world. Good morning to you. How are you? People coming in early today. Not like you guys. Someone's pissed the bed. Love it. How are you? Lightning Leaf. The problem I see with Lieutenant Gallagher is that broken is a verb and an adjective. They miscommunicated here. That's why he said no and reacted. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm just poking fun. Do you know what I mean? I'm just poking fun. It depends on how... Jesus. It just depends on how the jury see it. I got you, though, Leaf. I got you. Emma, how are you doing, my darling? Long time no see. Emma, you've disappeared. I don't know where you've gone. You were so excited for this Karen Reid trial as well that you just disappeared. How are you doing? Hope you're keeping well. Hope you're back. But yeah, send me a message. What's going on with you? Trisha, good morning to you, Trisha. How are we doing? Who is that in that picture? I can't quite make out who your profile picture is. Can't quite make that out. Good morning, Trish. Hello, miss. Hey, lovely. Sorry I haven't been away for a month. Miss you. There we are. Missed you as well. Yeah, that's fine. Message. That's fine. That's fine. I'm glad you're okay. And I know you wanted to do this kind of retrial as well. So I was wondering where you were. I'm thinking about doing a documentary style stream on the story of Coffee Liquor. I know. And now someone started a Facebook group about her now as well. So she is going crazy now as well. Who's that? Somebody sent me something. I don't know where it is. Who sent me this? I always panic because people send me stuff and I don't know where. Oh, it's Erin Hack. It's Erin Hack. It's fine, the hackster. She's just busy first thing in the morning. I was like, what have I missed? It's a hackster. It's all good. Christine, hi, new sub here. Hey, Kiko. How do you say it? Kiko? Love your accent. I'll be visiting London in August. Happy days. What are you doing in London? Are you just going there as a tourist for a few days? What are you doing? Let me know how long you're in London for. As in, are you just there for like a couple of days, or are you going to tour the UK, or what are you doing? What's your plans? And how do you say Keko or Kiko? Canton resident here. I know. Let's go, my darling. Let me shut that one down. Too many things open now. I got a little video here. Hopefully, Carol arrives pretty soon. Unless she has arrived. She hasn't arrived, has she? No, I don't think she's arrived. If she has arrived, I've missed it completely. I don't think she's arrived. No, she hasn't arrived. No way. Happy days, Em. You do that. Happy days. Leaf, I live down the road, and now I don't think I ever want to drive through Canton. I don't blame you. I feel sorry for you guys. I really do. Lots of booms today with Chicken Palm. Charlie, understand? So yeah, allegedly, we're starting off with Chris Albert. I thought it was going to be I thought it would be Caitlin today, but allegedly it's Chris. So I've sent a link to Sean to see if he will be joining us, because he is. Woo, this is his band. Do you know what I mean? It's still Sean's still fired up today. Well, I'm hoping he even if he can't join us for the testimony, I'm hoping he joins us right at the end or something. He was fired up yesterday, wasn't he? I've been onto a bit. She is a. Do you know what? I'll give her credit. I always said this about Jennifer Coffin-Duffer. Her advocacy work for the missing people, I always thought was good, but she's lost all credibility now. I just can't. So the good that she did, or the some good that she did, is gone. I just can't. You know. Sorry, Coffin-Duffer, can't do it. She spoiled it for herself with. Not just this trial, but every single trial she covers now. I don't like her anymore. Don't like her. Miss Gold. Hello, Miss Gold. Became a YouTube member. Thank you, Miss Gold. Appreciate you for that. You got access to all the emojis now. But thank you, Miss Gold. I really appreciate your support. Where's Sean? Will he be joining you today? We haven't heard anything from him in days. So he was on yesterday, Kiko. He was on yesterday. Kiko, he was on yesterday, and he was on for about an hour, about the taillight. So yesterday lunchtime he was on. So he is having building work done, so he's got no power. But he, fingers crossed, is back tomorrow. Tomorrow he's back on the stream tomorrow, hopefully. But I've sent him a link for today, because fingers crossed he jumps on at some point today. But I can't promise anything. But yes, because of building work and stuff like that, he's having issues. But he's hoping it's going to be resolved by the end of the week, and then he's going to come back on stream, hopefully. Just became Belso Kiko. I'll just say he is here as well. He watches, so he will see your message and he'll love your message. So if you guys want to send some love to Sean, he reads everything. He does read it all, and he does really, really appreciate all your messages. So just be mindful of that. So if you want to give him a shout out, give him a shout out, because he will read it. So just became a member of Glad I Found You. Thank you, Miss Gold. Where are you from, Miss Gold? I appreciate you becoming a member. I just appreciate you being here anyway, but thank you. Where are you from? Kiko. Hey, here he is, Lamboy. Dana. Dana, if you don't know Dana, everyone knows Dana. Dana's 1/3 of Resistant to Silence. All the links are in the bottom there. Go support those guys as well. It's because of people like Dana. Basically, this protest is happening. Do you know what I mean? So, shout out to Dana. Tom CPU there as well just now. Lacey Ann. She's not coming. Thank you, Lacey. I'm so slow. With chat. I'm like 10 hours behind. Thank you, Lacey. Appreciate you. Welcome, Lacey. No arrival yet. She's not arriving. You see, I'm so slow. I'll be there 7-day tourist. So 7-day tourist, all right. London. London's super expensive, right? So your husband's niece, Happy Days, she'll know where to go. There's obviously really good places to go. There's a lot of free places to go as well. So be mindful. Don't get tricked. So if I were you, Uber everywhere, right? Because the black cabs, traditional, if you want to get a black cab and try the traditional black cabs, that's fine. But they are super expensive, the black cabs are. So I always say try and get the Ubers or something because the black cabs can be so expensive. Watch where you eat as well. There's some really nice spots. Hopefully your niece knows there. It depends where she is in London. The underground, always try and take the underground if you can. It seems complicated, but it's not that complicated. There's always people to help you. So on the underground, you only need a card, bang. It's a lot cheaper to go the underground. Get a day pass or something. It's a lot cheaper than taking taxis. London traffic is bonkers. It's wild. So just be careful. You're going to love it. London's a really good city to go for a week as well. Loads of great landmarks. Depends where you're into, obviously. Loads of great landmarks. Depends where in the city you live in, whether she's in Greenwich, Hampstead. I don't know where she is, but some really beautiful spots around. But yeah, if you're traveling, try and go the underground. And if you're ever lost, then there's plenty of workers there that will always help you where to go and stuff like that. So yeah, hope you really enjoy it. London is a beautiful place. I can't do more than about 4 or 5 days personally for me, but yeah, again, your niece knows everything, so it's fine. Murph Turf, how are we doing, my darling? Good morning, afternoon, Paddington, Karen Reid. Let's go, Murph. Brenda, hello, good morning to you. As Sean would say, Chrissy, there we are. I'd message him now as well, just so he knows I've sent him the link. To Sean, sent you a link if you want to come on. The end. First witness today. And he wants to see Chrissy. So, right. Now she's got new zero credit, I agree. But I will still stand by. She used to do some really good advocacy work. But I've lost all respect for her now. His chicken palm has to go up several levels to be mediocre. Norfolk Countries, good morning to you. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Murphy Turfy, Kiko, the trial has been so long with the prosecution asking. Yeah, I got a piece about Emily. Well, actually, Emily D. Baker said, Jesus, I thought she's running. She's just dancing. Fuck. I thought, Jesus, what's going on? I hope it's a great witness today. I'm thinking Jenna Keane. So allegedly it's Chrissy McKay, Chris Albert, first of all. Then I think Caitlin, because she needs to be. Andrew Burke, I think Jen McCabe's on today, but it's half a day, so we can't fit all these witnesses in. But it's going to be a hot day today, I can tell you. Do you get a chance to watch Madness and Motive? Did I miss your reaction? No, so I've seen it offline. If during the break I need to put it up. But yeah, it's a good video. I did actually have it because Murph Sturf actually posted it to me. So I saw it yesterday. It's got all the objections and all the things the judge has done. So I have seen it. I've not played it just because Sean came on yesterday and everything. I've not had a chance. But I don't know. Yeah, it's a little bit interesting, especially the Lizzie one. That was very interesting. I'm just making sure he didn't run into an Albert. No. I hope that Bev doesn't try to move the defense along. She better not. Sunny South England. There we are. Ooh, pump it up. You gotta pump it up. So, you know, Miss Gold knows more about London than I do. Do you know what I mean? Lovely to see you, Miss Gold. Good morning, Donna. Donna 1. Good morning, Dylan. Everyone talks about Higgins flipping, but it appears Lally has flipped too. Lally's flipped. Woo-hoo. But he's definitely on the defense side now, it seems. It's interesting because Lawyer, I think said, and also EDB said, if this was the defense doing this, bringing all these witnesses in, the judge would have not allowed it. It's cumulative. So they would never, like, this is character witness. This is making Karen look super good. like the judge would never have allowed the defense to bring all these people on to give Karen this shining character reference. So what's Lally doing? He just needs one witness, but Lally's making their case for them. Happy days! Kiko and Delana and any others could have a London FKR meetup. I'm hours away from London. I'm on the opposite side. I'm in West Wales. Oh, hang on, is she coming? Here she comes.
We're bending the grass.
Morning, Vivian. Today's gonna be good. Morning, Robbie.
This is the brother behind us.
I don't know.
And
Good
Dad.
morning, Robin. Helena Basket. I'm Basket can start now.
Hold on, guys. I get it.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, guys.
Hey, how are you?
You all set for chicken palm Charlie today? Yeah.
Good man, Tom. Go back.
I'm right there. Oh, God, the American. I'm going to go to Advocacy.
Morning, my dear. How are you? Good. Did you get some rest?
Yeah,
Good.
last night. I gotta say good morning to my friend Shay. She watches every morning.
This is Shay watching right now?
Watches every morning, her mom said.
Oh, my God. Shay, I didn't know that. Shay, wonderful person.
Yes, she should be here later today.
Yeah, reach out to me if you ever speak to me about it. Yeah, I drove up from P-Town to go out. Yeah.
That's awesome. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
dream team.
Good morning. Good luck today.
I'm going to come in tomorrow. Yeah, just Kelly's giving us.
It's going to be a fun day. Get him.
Yeah, let's go.
Come on, Charlie. He's going to roll you. Come on, man.
Justin.
Good morning. Good to see you, Patrick.
Hey, dude, I'm not going to tell you again to get out of the street.
Yes, sir.
Tom.
All right? Next time you're being excited,
What's up, guys? Fight hard.
what, don't let them fry it up today.
Tom gets a row every time for running in the street.
Good luck, Aaron.
Love you.
Like this. Like this.
Oh, gentleman. What a gentleman. There you go.
Lost it for a moment.
Sorry.
I realized it had
Here comes
my
Rita.
shirt. I'm like, oh.
Kelly, here comes the crew.
Call Kelly's in.
There we go, guys. Enjoy it. Have a good day, guys. Have a good day. Have a good day, guys. Enjoy the day. Good job, Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Keep it up.
Oh, Nathan's in, Kelly's in, Rita's in.
Aren't they awesome? That's cool.
There you go. That's good. Right, let's fly through chat again. I'll leave this up for a little bit. Right. My brother, sister, hello Kimberly, sister-in-law and nephew live near Windsor Castle. Nice. It's funny, born in Ontario, live in London, and his office job is in New Jersey. Wow. Windsor Castle's just outside. Yes, it's a nice spot, that is. Anika says, good morning, Dylan. Yesterday was a gift. Yesterday was an awesome. Every day's been awesome, Anika, I feel. But yeah. I think Lally and Bev are not going to be in a good mood today. Yes. Scratchy Itchy, how you doing, fella? Good morning. Chicken palm is on the menu today. Yes. Allegedly, he's first up today. Good morning for Chrissy. How you doing? Hope you've had your shower already. What time is it with me? It's 22:09 in the 20 to 2 in the afternoon. Hello, Kerry. How are we doing, my darling? Miss Gold, right? It's expensive. Go to the tourist spots early. This is London, by the way. Eat away from the tourist spots. Book tickets online to save queuing. Great shout, that is. For queuing time and money. Get a travel card which lets you go on the tube and buses. I forgot about the buses, Miss Gold. Yeah, book everything in advance, guys. If you go to London, London's super, super expensive. So, hey, Dylan, I sent you a message on my ex. I'll put the poll up now. Once court starts, we'll put it up for you, Heather. All right, and I'll leave it up all day for you. All right. So hopefully you get a good sample. Big D dog. How we doing, mate? Hope you're well. Lali's making the defense case, but let's not forget until the true perpetrators get arrested, no justice for John O'Keefe will be possible. I know, but the sad thing about this is, hopefully, obviously, Karen gets acquitted, but once she gets acquitted, the prosecution not going to do anything more about it, I don't think. I think they'll just close the case. If they do that, that's going to be super, super sad. Beauty and grace at all times for her. Yes. See, Chinny. Also, see, Chinny. Hella. Hey, see, Chinny. Why is he up their asses? Bit too much. Way too close, chasing them down. He's just trying to get a shot, Tim. He's just trying to get a shot. And I like that he went away from Karen when there. That's all. He's just trying to do his shot. Everyone wants to see Karen. Karen Reid died for our sins. Is it 30:45 in the UK? Yeah. I think it is, yes. Class act, always. I wonder what it looks like for Mr. Lally. He's got about 10 cigs in his. He's like that. I bet he smokes like 10 cigarettes before he comes on. Howard. Good morning, chat. Good morning, shop ma'am. How are you? Lally seems to work for the defense. Yes. Laurie, hello. How are you doing, my darling? Pam, good morning to you from Canton. How are you doing, Pam? Mimi, good morning. Is it true Chicken Palm Charlie's up? It is. Allegedly, it is. I thought it was going to be Caitlin because it discussed all the photos last night, but no, apparently it's Charlie. Can be the results. I will be asleep. No worries. Yeah. If I don't, remind me. I can just go back and look anyway. So if I don't do it, Hella, just let me know and I can go back and look anyway. Good day, Dylan from Boston. Let's go. Let's effing go, Cynthia. Pulled a few charts to try and get a bit of an idea of where the people think the jury would be. Yeah, that's fine. I say I could do that for you. Not a problem. Lally has orange fingers. I mean, he does probably because he smokes so much. Allegedly, he's always on the steps smoking like hell. Right, I want to play a clip here, right, from Peter Trigos for a second. Only for about 5-6 minutes. That's all. Because he discusses this yesterday. Peter Trigos. Today's half day, yes, it is.
So hugs and kisses all around. More on that later. But we're going to see, Herbie handed a glass here.
Did
I skip it?
Good morning, Janice.
Okay, you see it with a little cucumber in the drink. You can kind of just see it over John O'Keefe's left shoulder. John O'Keefe is in the gray and white hoodie, and her glass is right there in front of the beer bottle. Okay, so I see a glass there. Good. At least we got a glass. At least hopefully they're going to start connecting some dots. And I saw a lot of these comments come in. You could see him pick up the glass on his way out from Waterfalls. He does walk out at the end with a glass, I believe. So here's my issue with these comments. Why didn't the state have anybody point that out? Why didn't they make a big deal about John O'Keefe leaving with a glass? Maybe it's coming later. But one thing that really just kind of blows my mind is we have been hearing evidence for 7 days. It's a lime. Somebody said a lime. Sorry. All right. Sorry. I'm not a drinker. So I thought it was a cucumber. Okay. I'm sorry. But we've been hearing evidence for 7 days. Okay. 75 to 80% of the trials I've ever done myself, more than 50% of the trials in the United States of America.
Hi, Lady Law.
America are done, completely done in less than 7 days. Okay. And the Commonwealth has been putting on evidence for 7 days. And this is what we have. We have so much background about what first responders and what cops do, about what people did before they came to the bar, about what sports their kids play, about how long they've known each other, about where they grew up. We have so much of that background. That testimony, that timeline, the snow, where they are, how they knew each other, that's all really important. But you don't have to have 5 witnesses testify to every one of those things. And that is really frustrating to me, as it seems like it's taking forever to make simple background points. And these are the witnesses they chose to put out first. Okay? They chose to put these witnesses out first. So the first people we heard describe the scene of where John's body was found were those first responders. The first people they have describe the scene at the bar are these people. So keep that in mind. The state, the Commonwealth chose these witnesses, and they chose them to be the first ones to describe this scene for us. And this is what they get. The evidence and testimony we are about to go through today is their first, and I would assume, best evidence about what happened at the bar and connecting the dots. So this guy, Michael Camerano, had to leave. His son got hit in the face with a hockey stick, lost his tooth. I mean, is there a more Boston thing? And then his wife basically told him Karen called and John O'Keefe didn't come home. And so he went to get John O'Keefe's daughter. Wife left to go help them find John O'Keefe, I believe. Unless that was Roberts' wife. I may have gotten that mixed up. On cross, he's buddies. They were excited about the school acceptance. Never saw Karen and John fight. Only thing John ever complained about Karen was that she spoiled the kids. Wow, how horrible of her. Never a hint that he wanted to break up with her. They were affectionate, greeting, kissing, hugging, all of that the night at the bar. And he's going to compare how they were that night with how they were throughout their entire relationship here, just to end the cross. Short and sweet. The defense is getting in and out of cross. And basically this turned into a character witness for what a great relationship they had and what a great person Karen Reed is, basically, is what the defense turned him into. That's what I felt like after listening to him. Feel free to disagree with me in the comments. If you guys disagree, I want to hear it. This is the first I've ever heard of this guy, or first I'm seeing what he's going to say. I didn't know any of this was coming. I expected that he was going to be a great evidence for a great witness for the state, and to say they were fighting, she was drunk, whatever. And instead it's the opposite.
I want to play that bit because, oh crap, I just want to play that bit. This is exactly what everyone in chat's been saying all day. What Peter Trago said there is exactly what everyone said in chat yesterday. This is all helpful to the defense. Defense are smashing it. I know he didn't use the word smashing it, but they are smashing it. Lally is making their case for them. So I wanted to show that because a lot of you in chat have said exactly what Tragos has said. So fair play. I love this chat because you're saying exactly what top lawyers like Peter are saying as well. So yeah, I just want to play that a little bit. There's more. Go and follow Peter Tragos. I'm very conscious of the time. I don't want to go over time with that. Ted Daniels said on X they are super attentive and taking notes. Hopefully they're paying attention. I think everyone said, Paul said that he was in court. He said that they were paying attention. It seems that they are paying a lot of attention. So let me get the stream up today. Good morning, Casey. How we doing, my darling? Chat is smart. Because you don't do the R's, you're smart. Let me get the stream up and ready because I don't want to miss anything. Do we risk law and crime today? Or do we go for another one? We've got so many streams to pick from, but I'll go law and crime again then, shall I? If the audio is bad, let me know and I can find another stream. Okay, NBC 10. Good man. We'll go with Big Dog. NBC 10. Yeah, they've all got advantages and disadvantages. Do you know what I mean? Good morning, Jody. How are we doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Let's do this. So this is good. This is good. Keith, how you doing, fella? Good morning for you from New England, Massachusetts. I said it. Massachusetts. Welcome, Keith from Massachusetts. Hey. Cynthia, smash a like on your way in, please, good people. Please do, please, people. Move in near Newport in summer. Newport. Something about it. Do you know that song? Wales is the best of the UK. There we go, Miss Gold. Newport's about a couple of hours from me, but you're right next to Cardiff. So yeah, I hope you enjoy it. Newport is really good. But I'm not saying Newport. I don't know Newport that well, but I know Celtic Manor is nice there. But also Cardiff is just literally 20 minutes on a train or something. So you got plenty of choices there. That's weird. You moved to Newport. Wow. You choose. Right. Thank you for Big D Dog for stepping up, because if this messes up, we can all blame him. It's great. I love this. I'm joking. This is the one I had yesterday. They were really good. We'll stick with them. Where's Sean? Is Sean well? So Sean was here yesterday for an hour. He might join us today, maybe, at some point. He's got issues, no power at home with the house. But yeah, by the way, again, I'll just reiterate, Sean he's not here right now, but he's watching chat. So please, just, wish him well in chat. He reads all the comments. He reads them all. I'm not joking. He reads them all. He loves watching them. So give a shout out to him in chat. So good morning to you. Yes, sir. Massachusetts. You see? Massachusetts. No worries, Keith. They are good. Ted Daniel too. Ciao, Delan. Hey, Suzanne. How do you doing, darling? From Italiano. I have fear now. Do you know what? Every day I have fear. When you get it wrong, it's like, oh, so now I can blame you. So I love it. I'm only joking. Is he okay? Yes. He's just frustrated because he wants to be here. He wants to be here, Keith. Do you know what I mean? He's put a lot of time and effort. He's been mocked so much online by people. He's still been mocked online by people. And the disrespect that he's had from people. This is like him going 2 fingers up in the air and he's missing it, So, but no, he's good. He's just frustrated. He wants to be here. That's all. But, as you can imagine, happy wife, happy life. So he needs to sort out the house before he does anything else. Morning, Sean. Chrissy coming up. Chrissy. Yeah, so he's not messaging me back yet, but he's normally with the builders in the morning, but he will be watching, let me tell you. We all miss you, Sean. There we are. And genuinely, he does read every comment. I'm not even kidding you. He'll bring up to me privately about a comment he's read. I'm like, what the hell? Where was that? He goes, it was like an hour in. I was like, I don't remember that, but, he remembers everything. Brenda, hi, Sean. Missing your handsome face. There we are. Kerry, hi, Sean, from Western Massachusetts. Sean led me here, so thank you, Sean. Love your updates on X and Twitter. Oh, Sean led you here. Happy days, Miss Gold. Do you know what, Miss Gold? I don't have many people from the UK here. I don't. Oh my God, you Newport, Emma, who is she might not be here. Emma's from Newport. So Emma, one of the regulars here, she's been missing for like a month. She's actually from Newport. Small world. So yeah, I mean, when Emma sees or she comes back in, hopefully we can link you because she's from Newport. Sean is a great guy and very informative and genuine and honest. All the reasons I want him here, and I miss him, Keith. Listen, the same reasons you love him is the same reason I love him for that. Informative, genuine, and honest. Oops. Hello, Josie. Yay. How are you doing, my darling? I hope Adriana, I hope she had a great birthday yesterday. I know she was spoiled rotten because you are her mother, so I know she's spoiled. I hope she had a wonderful day, Josie, and I hope she enjoyed the singing. If she didn't, I'm sorry. But I hope she had a great day. 9 years old. What's to be 9 years old again? Paula, good morning, Dylan. Good morning to you, Paula. How are you doing, my darling? Lol. Vivian, hello. Vivian, hi, Sean. MJ, boom. I love it. I only clicked this morning, MJ, who you were on Twitter. I think I followed you yesterday on Twitter. Boom. Scratchy Itchy, just when he looks like Lally had a bombshell, he forgets to put the fuse in it. I know. Western Mass too, Kerry. People are idiot trolls, lol. Hey, Spider Girl. Yes, they are idiot trolls, Spidey. I know. That's amazing. Shout out to Emma. Yeah, if she's around now, I'll try and link you. But it'd be good for you to know people. Emma's always here, but she, I say, be missing action for about a month. Morning, Donna. How are we doing, Don? Loving the camp life. Hello from southeastern Massachusetts. I get in Massachusetts down now. Hello, loving the camp life. Where's Sean? Sean, he has no power in his house, but hopefully, Beach Girl, he will. If he doesn't jump in today, I hope he jumps in tomorrow, even if he doesn't have all his power back. But he is hoping by the end of the week, which is tomorrow, that he has his power back. So I'm not sure if he's going to be on stream tomorrow. If not, I'll try and get him on at lunchtime again with Di the Druid. He's also coming on tomorrow. True Seeker, hey True Seeker. Hi Dylan Sean from Yorkshire. Yeah, True Seeker. I followed you again on Twitter. I did message you on Twitter. How we doing? Sean's not here this week, but he is here, if you know what I mean. So, yes. I did try ringing you last night as well, but you ignored me, Josie. So, Baseball Dad, how we doing, fella? How we doing, my friend? I hope Indiana as well. Weather's gorgeous here in Wales. It reminds me of America. It's absolutely gorgeous. Chaperoni, hey, Hackster. How we doing, Hack? Hope you're well, my darling. I know you're everywhere listening. Yeah, the sun is glorious here in the UK. Jesus, I get muffled with these. Coffee link, please. Oh, I don't know what it is. Hopefully, one of the mods can put the coffee link in for you, Vivian. Hopefully, I don't know. I can actually look for it. It's also I've been blocked on Twitter by Grant Smith Ellis, which is a bit upsetting because I didn't even say anything to him and he blocked me. I purposely didn't say anything to him because I was like, I don't want to be blocked, and he blocked me. Mother, do you know what I mean? Serial concept, defense I can't read, and 8 of her friends have arrived in the courtroom. Here we go, Vivian. Link is there for you. He looks tired. I am tired, actually. Erin Hack, it's me, Josie. Rainy in Abruzzo in Italiano. Kerry says, MA continued to disappoint. Lived here my whole life, but don't belong here. I know, Kerry. Hopefully you get justice, though, and you can be proud of it. Well, fairly proud of it. Joni Della Florida. Hey, Joni, we're now in Florida as well. How are we doing? Hope you're enjoying your breakaway in Florida. Good morning, Shop Ma'am. Hope you're well as well. Hey, notice you from PC. Potentially criminal Sean's stream. Yeah, potentially Sean. We need to get Sean on. This is another Sean. Potentially criminal Sean. We need to get him on at some point. We'll try and I'll try and do a recap one weekend, and I'll bring Sean on as well because he's covering it as well. Cynthia, no way he's a nut job. He's a nut job, isn't he? So there you go. That's a link. Let me pin it as well then. If anyone wants to buy coffee, never acquired. Oh, hang on. Hang on. Sean's trying to call me. So I'm like, 2 seconds. Let me phone him back now. Let me pin this, and I'm going to phone Sean for a second, and then get back to you. He didn't answer, so something must have come up. But hopefully he's ringing to say he's coming on. Good morning, Wendy. How are you doing, darling? Wear that like a badge of honor. I do, Heather. I do, Heather. How are we doing, potty mouth? How are we doing? Hope you're well, Heather. Mads, the horror being blocked by Grant. I do, but it's more, Mads, the fact I didn't say anything. I've not done anything. I was a bit like, because I like to see his posts because they're wild. They're so wild. It's unbelievable. He's cuckoo. I wouldn't mind if I engaged him. I don't. He blocked me. Mother. Have you seen the video interaction with Turtle Boy? Yes. Oh, yes, I did. I can't play it. I can't play it, Keith, because I get stricken. My channel would be lost if I played it. But yeah, absolutely. An absolute idiot. Sparkle Farts. Hey, MJ. Hey, Tim of. Grant is an ass. Be glad he blocked you. I know. I just like to watch his his thread because it makes me laugh. Because how much of an idiot he is. Beautiful day so far in Boston. There you go. It did look nice. I went for a walk earlier on this morning. It was gorgeous. Kerry, same as well. This is embarrassing to say the least. I do feel sorry for you guys. I do. I really do. Because the world is watching, and it's like, if it's your hometown, it's like, oh, it's not nice. But look, all I can say is the people I've met in the area, you guys, people I've met through various streams and stuff like that, let me just say to you, I've met so many wonderful people that you should be proud of that. Your judicial system sucks, but the people in the area, you should be very, very proud of yourselves. I've never met such a great bunch of people that have made me feel welcome. So fuck this, the fun of, what was it called, Erin? Ceiling Dion. Ceiling Dion. But yeah, be proud, Keith, of yourselves, you know. But yeah, I got you, though. I do understand. I miss Sean. He must be so bummed. He is. Hopefully I'll get him back on the phone now. Maybe I should check if I've been blocked. I usually get blocked for my associate with you and also that umbrella guy, lol. You all got them haters. Umbrella. I don't know who the umbrella guy is, but I got loads of people that hate on me, yes. Does it have a sidekick phone? Sidekick phone? Or I've only got my own personal phone. Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you, my darling. I appreciate you for that. Thank you. Is that a sidekick? Thank you, Cynthia, for the super chat. Yes. Good morning, everyone. Hit the like on your way in and make sure you are subscribed. Yes, please make sure you subscribe because I'm trying to get to 6,000. Also, 166 people here, 76 likes. Please, please, please like, because it helps with the algorithm, helps people to come and watch it. And I would genuinely put this chat up against anyone else's chat. It's honestly, you guys make me look intelligent. So, here's the law. Still want to know how the prosecution didn't draw attention to the glass he left with that night. I know that's what Trigo said. It's all like EDB says. Well, she's confused as well. She's like, well, surely he's going to use this at some point. But Grant is such a Karen. Yes, and not a good Karen. Thank you, Cynthia. Grant blocks Misco by association, so replying to someone else. Yeah, what it was, I liked one of Turtle Boy's stuff. I'm very careful, though. I'm so careful because I don't want to be blocked by him. But obviously, I liked one of Turtle Boy's posts of the video, so he would have gone through everything and blocked it. Arsehole. Laurie Reed, thank you. Oh, sugar. Laurie Reed, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So generous of you. I appreciate you. Just follow. I do, Heather. I do. And that's what I tweeted out. I said, I'm gutted that Grant's blocked me, but at least his spoof account hasn't blocked me. I'd be more gutted. Good morning, Lona. How are you doing, my darling? Laurie, thank you for the super chat. Shit's gonna hit the fan today. Today's gonna be a big day, I think. I agree with you, Helena. Thank you, Laurie. Amen to that, Kerry. Dennis, let's fucking go. Chicken palm for lunch. Morning, Sean Dunn. Morning, Den. I just played your. I showed your picture at the start as well. Thanks for always, Dennis, sending me pictures and videos and stuff like that. I appreciate you. See, Chinny, we know it's Ellie and prosecution. Prosecutors not the community people. I have family in Mass, Lowell. I'm in California. No judgment except for the drunk driving cops. Yeah, that's not great, no. But I generally, the people of Mass that I've met, I genuinely, it makes me want to visit one day. It makes me want to visit the area one day. It makes me want to visit just to take Dana out for some lamb chops or something because he's never tried them. But honestly, the people I've met, 99.9% of the people I met, wonderful. I'm not just saying that. I mean, genuinely wonderful people. The Fan of Justice, lol. Good morning today. He's going to be good. Good morning, Robin. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. MJ, there's a lot of beautiful people in the area and surrounding areas. Unfortunately, these shitbags are giving everyone a bad name. They are. But there's people that will see through that as well. Do you know what I mean? So I know, MJ. Mrs. Ash, how are we doing, Mrs. Ash? Hope you're well, Mrs. Ash. Welcome. You spin me right round, baby, right round like a sec. I know. You spin me right round, baby, right round like a record, baby, right round, round, round. You spin me right round, baby. I haven't got that right, but I know the song you mean though. Dana. Are you on Facebook? If you're on Facebook, join the Alternate Corner community. I keep telling you, Iron Hack, you need to join it. I can't never add you. But yeah, please join there if you want to. I just post links and stuff up there, but it'd be nice to get a community going there of that. Also, because with a Facebook group, we have to basically clear stuff out and redo it a little bit. But yeah, it's there now. I try to make it public, but once you put it to private, you can't make it back to public. So unfortunately, it's a private group. You have to search or use the link. Good morning, lads and lasses. Chicken Palm Charlie gets cooked today. Hey, Sea Dog. How you doing, fella? Music Lover says, there we are. Some people joining already. I think they didn't push the glass that he took for one. They pushed, she drank from a glass, the wrong kind. Two, the pick was too bad. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I got you. I got a true story. Joni Dillon, you can stay with me. Thank you, Joni. Oh, here she is. Yeah.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cody, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, here for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. By the state of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, this court is now open. You may be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Alex for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Yannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same three questions. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, even inadvertently, since we met yesterday? So I am going to see counsel at sidebar for just a moment. Most people said no. I will see the juror who raised her hand in just a
Oh, a juror raised their hand. Oh, that's interesting. Hey, thank you, MJ. Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate you for that. Cheers to Sparkle Farts. So juror put their hand up. Oh, thank you, MJ. Thank you, MJ. Oh shit. What? Oh no. And also shout out to Vivian. Thank you, Vivian, for the coffees. I will play it. Just I don't want to play it now because obviously we're in the middle of trial. But thank you, Vivian, for the coffees as well. This is wild. Yeah, I mean, who did Chrissy threaten? Who's that next to Paul? Hopefully, we get an update from Kelly and stuff like that. A juror put their hands up, Tim. That's all, just to say that they'd maybe have heard something about the case or something. Shoot. Yes, Vivian, Dylan, we celebrated Greek Easter Sunday. The lamb dinner was delicious. You see, Dana, listen to Vivian. I love it, Vivian. Lamb dinner's the best. You know, Jura couldn't handle the Dali. You mean the constant free can't read propaganda tainted the jury? No way. What do you mean? What propaganda? They're just protesting, man, outside. What's that going to do with it? Oh, Tim. Oh, God, a friend of John's that was jealous of KR, I think, or wrote a piece in the Boston Globe, I think, talking about the redhead. There you go.
jurors are fine. And set to begin. So, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Mr. Christopher Albert to the stand.
Here we go. Chrissy.
Watch your step up. You've been asking to remain standing. Space the clerk sworn by raising your right hand.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now in here to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Anytime you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
It's Christopher Albert, Albert.
And where do you live, sir?
I live at 22 Maple Street, Unit L, Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived there?
Almost 2 years. Sorry, go ahead.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Since 1974.
And so pretty much your whole life?
Pretty much since I was 4.
And prior to living in Maple, where did you live in Canton before that?
7 Meadows Ave in Canton.
And how long did you live at 7 Meadows?
From 2001 to 2021, about 20 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live with now?
I live with my wife, Julie, my oldest son, who just came home from the Navy, my middle son, Colin, and my youngest son, Dylan.
And how long have you and your wife, Julie, been married?
Roughly, gosh, you're going to kill me. 21 years, around 21 years.
You mentioned you and your wife Julie have 3 sons.
Yeah.
And how old are they?
My oldest is 25, my middle is 20, and my youngest is 16.
Now, do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm self-employed. I own a small pizza shop.
What's the name of the pizza?
It's called D&E Pizza.
And how long have you owned that?
25 years this March.
And prior to that, did you work sort of in the same industry?
Same industry pretty much my whole life.
And does your wife work?
She does not.
Does she help out with the D&E Pizza Shop?
She does some of this behind the scenes stuff, yes.
Now, when you lived on Meadows Avenue, did you have occasion to become familiar with someone named John?
Yes, I did.
And how is it that you knew John?
So he bought the One Meadows Ave, the top house, I don't know exactly, maybe like 2017. So he became my neighbor. And I guess just from me driving by his house and coming home, I saw him, would wave to him and stuff. And that's how I initially became to know who John was.
And you mentioned he bought the house at sort of the top of the street. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's if you're coming off Pleasant, you take a right down Meadows, it's the first on the right.
And then on Meadows Ave, about how many houses are on Meadows?
Well, between us or on the whole street, you mean?
First down the whole street and then between.
Yeah, so roughly on that whole street, I would say there's like close to 30 houses from top to bottom on both sides.
And then how about in between 1 and 7?
So there's two houses between mine and John's.
And your house is both odd numbers. Are they on the same side?
Same side, yeah.
Now, you said that that's how you initially came to know John O'Keefe. How did your relationship sort of go on from there?
So over the years, like he was friendly with some other folks that I was friends with. So we maybe be out occasionally and bump into him, but he would also come to my pizza shop a lot. He would take his nephew, Patrick, in my pizza shop a lot. So it was not uncommon for him to stop by a couple days a week. Usually just grab a slice.
Now, you grew up in Canton, correct?
Yes,
And do you have any siblings?
I do. I have 6.
And what are the names of your 6 siblings?
So my oldest is my older brother, Brian. I have a sister, Kathleen. I have she's older than me. And then I'm next in line. And then I have a brother, Kevin, then a brother, Keith, Brendan, and Timmy. 7 O's.
Where is it that you sort of fit in that sort of?
I'm the 3rd oldest.
Now, your older brother, Brian, what does he do for work?
He's a Boston police officer, or he was. He's recently retired.
And your brother, Kevin, what does he do?
He's a Canton police officer.
And John O'Keefe, were you familiar with what he did for work?
Yes. Yeah, I knew he was a Boston police officer as well.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
It was a Friday, I believe.
And were you working at the D&E Pizza Shop on that day?
I was.
And at some point in time in the afternoon, who, if anyone of note, sort of came into D&E?
John came in that day with his nephew, Patrick.
And do you recall what did they get that day?
I think they just got 2 slices of pizza, if I recall correctly.
And what, if any, conversation did you have with Mr. O'Keefe as far as plans for later in the year?
So he asked me if I had any plans that night, and I said, unfortunately, it's Friday, and I'm working pretty much till close. And I said, but it's my nephew's birthday, and I know a bunch of people are heading out, and I was planning on meeting up with them later when I got out of work. So I think I said to him, I said to him, I'll shoot you a text later if you're around. Maybe we can hook up.
So in that sense, sort of, how would you describe your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, it was a good relationship. Yeah.
Would you consider yourself friends?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, pushing forward on January 28th, about what time was it, if you know, that you sort of closed up shop at?
So the shop stays open until 10. I know that I left sometime a little bit before 10. I had my wife drop me off some clothes it was like a ritual. She would, because those nights are tough for me to get out early and go home. So she dropped me off some clothes, and I remember just changing quick, washing up a little bit, and then leaving. So I think I left before the store actually closed a few minutes.
Now, during the time or prior to you leaving the pizza shop, what, if any, conversation via text did you have with Mr. O'Keefe?
He asked where I was. I said I was still working. And he said something like, why don't you talk to the boss, see if you can get out of there? And I just said, I'm married to this place. It's tough. I'll text you when I leave. And then I shot him a text, I think, when I got down to Waterfall, and I said, where are you? And go ahead.
And where did he say that you were?
He was at CF McCarthy's.
Are you familiar with both of those establishments as far as CF McCarthy's and Waterfall?
Yes, I am.
And with regard to your pizza shop, where is CF McCarthy's in relation to that, and where is Waterfall?
So if I was sitting at my front door looking out, CF McCarthy's would be to my right, and Waterfall would be down the street, diagonal, maybe like 200 yards on the opposite side of the street.
So both sort of walking distance from where you work?
Yeah, yeah.
Now, your home on Maple, where is that in relation to those businesses on Washington Street, including your own?
So Maple Street is like, probably from my pizza shop is maybe like a 5-minute walk. You know, it's not far. And a little closer to Waterfall. So maybe it's like a 7-minute walk from D&E and like a 5-minute walk from Waterfall.
And are there any sort of, in the area where you live, is there any sort of like town buildings or anything like that?
Yeah, so I kind of live behind the library. Like you take a left on Maple, and the library is like 2 buildings after me on the left-hand side. And then the town hall is a little further down on the right.
And the library that's around where you live, is that the only public library?
That's the, besides what's inside schools, yeah, that's the only public library.
And so, again, I'm sorry, but what time is it that you leave D&E to go to work?
Just before 10, maybe like 9:50-ish.
And as far as meeting up with people, who is it that directs you to go to Waterfall specifically?
I think my wife said, are you coming down? Are you there? She was down there. So I had a conversation with her. I think that's how I headed down there.
You went there to meet your wife, correct?
Yeah, she was down there.
And you've been to the waterfall before?
Yes.
And so when you walk into the waterfall, where did you go as far as, who, if anyone, did you recognize when you came?
So it's pretty much when you walk in, it's just kind of like open. And my wife was there. Matt was there. Matt McCabe was there. Jen McCabe was there. My sister-in-law, Nicole, was there. My niece, Caitlin, was there. I think when I first walked in, that's who was there.
And you mentioned Jennifer and Matthew McCabe, is that right?
Yeah.
And how do you know that?
Well, I grew up with, I didn't grow up with Jen. She's younger than me, but she's lived in Canton for a long time. My brother Brian is married to her sister, Nicole. So I've known her pretty much my whole life.
And you were testifying earlier about some of the people that you and Mr. O'Keefe sort of knew in common. Would Mrs. McCabe be one of those people?
Yes, yeah.
And when you walk in, relative to the establishment, whereabouts were those people situated?
So they were on like a table that was close to the bar. It's like set up. They have like 3 tables in a row, and I think we were maybe either in the middle or the next table to the bar.
So with those 3 sort of tables together, if you know about how long a table are we talking about?
I would say they're about a 6-foot table.
And was this a low top, high top, or something?
It's like a high top.
And located close to the bar, is that correct?
Yes.
What, if anything, do you recall from that evening as far as entertainment within the waterfall?
There was a live band that was playing to the side.
About how close to your table was the live band?
Oh, within like 6 or 7 feet, probably.
Fair to say, pretty loud in there?
Pretty loud, yeah.
And when you walk in, where do you go in reference to sort of the other people upstairs?
I go right over to the table, and I think I walked right over, said hello to them, sat down.
And what, if anything, did you order when you got
Ordered a beer.
there? And did you eat while you were there as well?
I did, yeah. I was starving. Didn't eat all day, so I ordered some food, appetizers.
And throughout the course of the evening, what is it? You're at a bar, so you're drinking, correct?
Sure.
And what were you drinking?
Miller Lite.
Is that sort of normally what you would drink when you go out?
Yeah.
Now, you mentioned that initially when you get there, it's yourself, your brother Brian, his wife, the McCabe's, and your niece Caitlin. Is that correct?
No, my brother Brian wasn't there yet.
Okay.
Yeah, it was Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, my wife, Caitlin, and Nicole.
Thank you for correcting.
Yeah, no problem. Sorry.
So at some point shortly after that, or at some points, who, if anyone else, arrives and sort of joins your table, your group?
So my brother Brian and a gentleman named Brian Higgins, they came and joined us.
And is Brian Higgins, is that someone that you had met previously?
Yeah, a few times.
And how did you know him?
I don't know how I initially met him, but probably just seen him around. I knew that he worked as an ATF agent. I knew that he worked inside the Canton Police Department, so I think I knew him from that, just being around.
Fair to say you knew him sort of through your brothers, either Brian or Kevin or both?
Yeah, that's the only way I met him.
And about how long after you arrived was it that they arrived?
I would probably within like 35 minutes, roughly.
And what, if anything, did you know about sort of where they had been prior to or what they had been doing earlier?
So they were in New York at a police officer's funeral. They went there for the ceremony, and the snowstorm was coming, so they decided that they were going to drive back early to beat the storm.
You mentioned, as far as going out on that particular evening, what was that in reference to?
So my nephew, Brian, it was his birthday.
And so when you say your nephew, Brian, whose son is that?
So that's my older brother, Brian's son, Brian.
So Brian Jr.?
Brian Jr., yeah, we call him Brian Jr. Yeah.
And was he present at the waterfall that night?
He wasn't. No, he decided that he didn't want to go out.
And when your brother, your older brother Brian and Mr. Higgins come in, where is it that they go sort of in relation to the group?
So they walk in and they come directly over to the table.
Now, at some point later in the evening, who, if anyone else, also joins your group or your table?
So John O'Keefe came with Karen Reed.
And how did you know Karen Reed at that time?
I met her a couple times. She also had been in the pizza shop a couple times, and driving by the street when I would come home, she would be outside One Meadows.
And just to be clear, when we're speaking about Miss Reed, do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated?
She's sitting right over there between the two attorneys.
Just ask the record to reflect identification.
Okay.
Now, prior to Mr. O'Keefe coming into the waterfall, you had mentioned some text communications with him. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, other communications did you have with Mr. O'Keefe before he got there?
I don't think nothing before I got to the waterfall.
Not before you got to the waterfall, before Mr. O'Keefe got to the waterfall.
With Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
Just that where was he, or where were we going? Where was he going to be?
What, if any, communication do you recall in regard to who was there or who was going to be?
With Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think at some point he said, "Who's there?" And I said, "My brother Brian." I said, "Brian." And he said, "Your brother Brian?" I said, "Yeah, Brian and Brian Higgins are there." And he said, "Where's your brother Kevin?" And I said, I have no clue. LOL or something.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed come into the bar, where is it that they go upon coming back?
They walked directly in, came towards our table, just a striked up conversation. I think John came over to my wife and said hello to her first, maybe, and then just kind of like got with the group, started talking.
Now, fair to say Mr. O'Keefe knew your wife, Julie, as well?
Yes,
And how would you describe their relationship as far as
good relationship.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant come over to the area where you and your wife is, what, if anything, did you observe the defendant?
Well, when they came over, I think they started talking. At one point, when they first came over, the defendant came in with a glass underneath her jacket, and I thought that was kind of funny, and I laughed about it and made a comment about it.
And what, if anything, did you notice sort of about the glass? What was in the glass? Anything like that?
It was just a tall, like, cylinder glass with some clear liquid in it and a lime.
And that was under her coat when she came in?
Yeah, it was like she pulled it out.
Now, if you know about what time was it that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came in?
So I got there close to 10, I would say 10:45-ish, to the best of my recollection.
And following sort of the blows and all that kind of stuff, as far as after they first came in, where did they go from there?
I think the defendant sat down, and I think well, John went to the bar and got a beer.
And you know, is that sort of what John would typically drink?
Yeah, Bud Light, I think.
And you mentioned that the defendant sat down. Where does she sit down in relation to you and your wife?
I think right next to, next to my wife.
Now, with regard to just how would you describe sort of the general sort of tone or demeanor within the group at the waterfall that night?
It was fine. Everyone was just having a good time.
So no arguments, anything like that?
No, not at all.
And specifically between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, what, if anything, did you observe between them?
I didn't notice anything abnormal.
Now, if you recall, what was Mr. O'Keefe wearing on that evening?
Blue jeans, baseball hat, and kind of like a pullover light sweatshirt type of grayish garment. I don't know what you would call it. It wasn't like a hoodie, and it wasn't. It's like a long sleeve shirt.
Is that what he was wearing when he walked in?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you see him with like a jacket or anything like that?
No.
Now, as far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you observe about that clothing as far as any tears or any dishevelment of it at all?
No, I didn't notice anything. It looked fine to me.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe, his person himself, what, if anything, did you observe as far as any injuries or anything like that?
Didn't see anything. Looked normal.
Now, after Mr. O'Keefe went to the bar and got a beer, do you know where he went from there?
Just came back over to the table, started chatting people up.
And when you say the table, was that sort of your area, or was there a different area?
No, the same table, the same high top. Some people sitting, some people standing.
And as far as sort of this length that you described, about 6 feet or so of that table, if you recall, sort of where were people situated around the table?
I mean, I was sitting at one point because I was eating, so I was sitting in one seat. My wife was sitting in another seat. Matt and Jen was sitting in another seat. I recall John standing a lot. I don't think he sat at all. I think Karen was sitting at one point, probably like situated near, maybe across from my wife or next to my wife.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, do you recall anything specific that you discussed or talked about while you were there that night?
No, nothing in particular.
And throughout sort of the course of the time that you were there, what, if any, discussion was there as to going someplace or wanting to go someplace after the waterfall?
So we have this like little ritual that when one of my nieces or nephews turn 21, we go back to the pizza shop, like, you know, after hours and turn on the oven and make pizzas and stuff. And there was talk about going back there. Miss Reed asked if we could go back and make pizzas up at my pizza shop a couple times. And then there was some talk about maybe after, someone mentioned going back to my brother's house after.
And just to be clear, your brother's house, which brother?
My brother Brian.
And where did your brother Brian live at?
34 Fairview.
You familiar with that address?
Yeah, I used to live there, grew up there.
So prior to it being your brother Brian's house, was that your parents' house?
My parents' house, yeah.
So that's where you and your siblings essentially grew up from the time that you moved to Canton?
Yes.
Now, as far as going over to your pizza shop to make pizzas, things like that, is that something that the defendant talked about once or more than once?
A few times.
And you referenced sort of this ritual when one of your nieces or nephews turned 21, and it was your nephew Brian Jr.'s birthday the following day, is that correct?
Yeah,
Was he turning 21 at that point?
I think so. I can't remember exactly if he was 20 or 21. I think he was turning 21 though.
So in relation to this evening of January 28th, that sort of ritual that you were talking about, when was the last time before January 28th that you had done that, if you know?
Trying to see who else turned 21. Can't remember exactly. I know it was recent. I remember doing it. I just can't remember the date.
And that's all I'm really asking, sir.
Yeah.
Was it recent to January 28th?
Yeah, it was sometime before that, but within like a couple of months, I think someone turned 21. Maybe we just went there.
And so what, if any, conversation from your end as far as, obviously it's your pizza shop. So
Yeah.
what, if any, conversation from your end was there in reference to doing that?
To doing that night. So we were doing a weight loss competition, me, Matt McCabe, and my brother Brian. And we had like 2 more weeks left in it. And we do it, every year, it's like a charity, we do it. And the proceeds go to like scholarship funds. So I said no, because we were doing this weight loss challenge and I just didn't want to give in and, you know, eat pizza 2 weeks before we were weighing in.
And your wife, Julie, how long was she at the bar for?
Not long when I got there. She probably was only there for maybe 35, 40 minutes. She had a migraine. She wanted to go home, so she left.
So she indicated she had a migraine and she was going home?
Yeah, she didn't feel well.
And was that before or after Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrived?
She left after they arrived. So then she must have left later than that. Yeah.
Now, later on in the evening, what, if anything, did you buy for the group?
So at one point towards the end of the night, I bought a round of fireball shots for the group.
And who partook in that, if you know?
I don't remember exactly. Probably half of the people there took them. I don't remember everyone. I wasn't paying attention.
And when you say sort of towards the end of the night, when was it that things sort of wrapped up with water?
I think they called last call right before 12. Pretty much right before 12, it all started wrapping up.
And as far as the group that you were with at the high top table, who, if anyone, from that group left first?
So my wife left first. Obviously, she didn't feel well. She left earlier. Then Brian and Brian left. My sister-in-law left. Matt and Jen left. I left probably second to last. I probably left last with John and Karen, or right around the time that John and Karen left.
And do you recall, as far as you're leaving around the same time, do you recall walking out together or seeing them outside, or where is it that you recall sort of you leaving at the same time?
My best recollection is I walked out roughly the same time, and I walked out the building, and I come up Washington to the right, and they were either shortly after or shortly before me, and they walk up to the left.
And when you say walk up Washington, did you walk home that night?
Yeah, I walked home.
And when you came out of the bar, what, if anything, did you notice sort of about the weather or what was going on with that?
It just started snowing. It was cold out, and it just started snowing. The ground had like a light coat.
Could you still sort of see the street? Or the
Oh, yeah, you could still see it.
And you mentioned you walked out towards Washington, and Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed did as well.
Yes.
And which direction? Did you go in the same direction, different direction?
But when you come out the building, you have to go to the left in order to get onto Washington. So I come out to the left and then go to the right onto Washington, and they would go to the left onto Washington.
They were sort of walking
Opposite directions.
on Washington.
Yes.
Now, as far as throughout sort of the course of the evening, did you have occasion to see sort of what Mr. O'Keefe mentioned that he went to the bar and he got a beer? Was that the only beer that you saw him having, or did he have more than one?
I'm sure he had more than one. Yeah, I saw him with more than one.
So you saw him, but essentially what I'm asking is throughout the course of the evening when you saw him drinking, other than maybe the fireball shot, you saw him just drinking beer?
Just beer. Yeah.
And as far as Miss Reed was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe her drinking throughout the course of the evening?
Just a clear liquid in a glass. I assume it was some sort of vodka drink.
Was that the same glass that she had come into the establishment with under her coat, or was it a different glass later on?
I believe it was the same one.
So you leave from the waterfall and you're walking home, is that right?
Correct.
So fair to say you didn't go to 34 Fairview that night?
I did not.
And about what time was it that you got home?
Sometime between, I'd say 5 past and 10 past 12, somewhere in that window.
And was your wife home at that point?
She was.
And as far as your children were concerned, how many of your 3 sons were living with you at that time?
At that time, 2. My 16-year-old, well, he wasn't 16 years old at the time, but my 16-year-old and my 20-year-old.
And so 16 and 20 now, is that?
16 and 20 now, so that'd be like 14 and 18 then, I guess.
And so your oldest son?
He was in the San Diego in the Navy.
And if you know, or did you check or anything as far as your kids when you got home, were they there, if you know?
No, I ran right upstairs. I was freezing. I went right into my room.
Essentially, you went to bed, is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish for the jury just a small portion from what's been marked as Exhibit 53, the waterfall surveillance.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have from Channel 3 the second video now. If you could just pause there for a moment, Ms. Gilman. Mr. Albert, looking up at the screen, do you recognize generally what's depicted up on that screen?
Yeah, so those are the tables that I was speaking of that are like, there's like 2 or 3 in a row. Yep.
I'm sorry, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't have any.
My apologies. Thank you very much. So, sir, what I'm handing to you is a laser pointer. Basically, just click that button and point it up.
Okay.
Mr. Albert, using that laser pointer that I just handed to you, if you could direct the jury's attention to about where the high top is and then about where you were seated at that high top.
So here's the high top. And I can't really see myself, to be honest with you, this far away. But somewhere, I think I ate on this side here.
And as far as the bar is concerned, where would that be?
Back here. Wait. Oh, so this is from walking into the waterfall. Okay, so the bar is after. So that's the high top next to the bar. The bar's back there.
And as far as the band that you were talking about that was playing, if you could direct the jury's attention to where that was.
On this side over here. It's kind of fuzzy, but that side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward to 10:54. I would ask if you could play that from 10:54 to about 10:56. I'm sorry, if you could just pause briefly, Ms. Gilman. Now, Mr. Alba, looking up at the screen, as far as the door that you came out and the door that you eventually exited from the waterfall, do you see sort of that general area and where that is in the video?
No, because I think it's offline here. I think it would be over here.
So it would be off sort of towards the left, is that correct?
Yeah, like down this way.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press forward. As far as two individuals sort of walking in, do you recognize who those individuals are?
I do. That's John O'Keefe and Miss Reed.
And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just run it through 10:56. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down. Now, Mr. Albert, as far as your son, Colin, do you know sort of where he was that night?
Yes. So he was at my brother Brian's house for my nephew's birthday.
And he came home sometime after you, is that correct?
Correct.
And essentially you came in, went to bed, so do you know what time your son came home that night?
I know that.
Do you know, just answer yes or no whether you know.
Yes,
And how do you know that?
because he opened the bedroom door and said, "Good night, guys. I love you. I'm home."
And about how long after you got home was it that your son came home?
I'd say within 10 minutes.
And as far as sort of coming into your room, is that something that was required of your kids when they came home?
He would always do that. Yeah, that was something just to let us know that they were home.
Now, turning your attention to the next day on the 29th, about, obviously at some point you woke up, do you recall about what time that was?
8-ish, 8:30-ish.
So sometime between 8 and 8:30?
Yeah. I was still in bed. I woke up, but I didn't leave my room.
And what was it that, or who was it that woke you up then?
At that time, I just woke up on my own.
And when you woke up, what happened after you woke up?
Shortly after I woke up, my wife entered the room, but that was a little bit later. I don't know exactly what time. And she informed me that something had happened to John.
And what was it that you told
I don't know the exact words that she said, but basically that that John had died.
And what, if anything, did she indicate to you as to where John had died?
That he was found somewhere on the front lawn of 34 Fairview.
And following receiving that information, where did you go, or where did you and your wife?
I was in shock. I was like, "What are you talking about? Like, what do you mean?" And then I jumped up, and she's like, we have to go over. Let's go over to your brother's house."
And about what time was it, if you know, that you got over to your brother's house?
Sometime approximately like after 9 o'clock. I don't remember exactly what time we went over there, maybe 9 or 9:30.
And when you arrived at your brother's house, who, if anyone, was there?
To the best of my from what I remember, I was there. My wife was there. My brother Brian, Nicole, Brian Higgins was there. I believe Matt McCabe was there, and Jen McCabe was there.
When you came into the home, sort of where were they in relation?
Just sitting at the kitchen table.
And if you know, about how long did you stay at your brother's house when you came over?
Maybe an hour.
And where did you go from there?
Afterwards, just home.
Now, as far as subsequent to this, at some point within the days that followed, did you have occasion to speak with some troopers or members of the state police?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how many troopers from the state police did you talk to when you spoke?
2.
And where was that?
At my condo.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Mr. Albert, you and I have never met, correct?
I don't believe so.
You've testified that you've essentially lived in Canton your whole life, correct?
Correct.
Moved there when you were 4 years old?
Correct.
And the house to which you and your family moved was 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
You lived there for how long?
33 years?
And you currently own D&E Pizza in Canton?
Correct.
I believe you testified that you've owned it for approximately 25 years?
Correct.
Clearly, you have a lot of ties to the city of Canton. Would you agree?
Sure.
You live there?
Yes.
You work there?
Yes.
You have family there?
Yep.
You raised your kids there?
Yep.
And you also are a town selectman in the city of Canton. or the-
Recently elected.
The town of Canton, I should say.
It's a town, correct.
And not only that, but your brother, Kevin Albert, is a police officer in Canton?
He is.
Your brother, Brian Albert, with whom you grew up, is currently retired, but had been a Boston police officer who lived in Canton, correct?
Correct.
You would agree with me that Brian Albert only moved from Canton after John O'Keefe was found dead on his front lawn, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
I'll phrase it the exact same way and ask for a yes or no if you can do that. You would agree with me that your brother Brian Albert only moved from Canton after John O'Keefe was found dead on his front lawn?
Objection.
Can you answer that? Can you answer that?
Yeah, I just don't understand the phrase, but he moved shortly after that, yes.
Your brother Tim Albert lives with your parents in Canton, correct?
Correct.
And Tim Albert and your parents live directly across the street from the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whom they bought that house from?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
But you still live in Canton
Correct.
with your wife, Julie Albert,
Correct.
and your son, Colin Albert, correct?
Along with my other two sons, yes.
And you would agree that your entire family has deep roots in the town of Canton?
I guess.
You would agree with me that the Albert family is well known in the town of Canton?
We have a big family.
And you would agree with me that the Albert family is a powerful family in the town of Canton?
Objection.
Sustained.
As a town selectman, you have some power, do you not?
I'm one of 5 selectmen.
And as a police detective, Kevin Albert has some power, does he not?
Objection.
Sustained.
And you also have close friends on the Canton Police Department, do you not?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I have some.
Now, you know that Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael Proctor is the lead investigator on this case, correct?
I know that.
One of your wife's best friends is Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney Proctor, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained. You've got another witness you can ask that of, Mr. Yannetti.
You know Courtney Proctor, correct?
Objection.
Allowed.
Yes,
And you know her to be Michael Proctor's sister, correct?
that's correct.
You attended Michael Proctor's sister's wedding, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure. Why don't you come on over?
What the fuck? These are simple, basic questions. Objection, objection, objection. What the fuck? This is making the Commonwealth look super bad. Objection. It's a simple. Do you know Trooper Proctor's wife? Objection. What are we doing? I mean, look, one thing, this looks super, super, super bad on the Commonwealth. What are you hiding? Also, Bev saying you got another witness you can use to get that in. Why not use him? He knows the answer. Genuinely, guys, this is great. This is good. This is good. Because it makes him look, he's just objected, 7, 8 times to like 10 questions. It's fine because the jury are going to see this. This is a complete mess. Helena says as well, yeah, jury will see right through this. Yes. If you can't answer simplistic questions, you're in trouble. And this guy's in trouble right now. Lali's in trouble. If you can't answer these questions, this woman here, Karen Reid, should not be where she sat. Look at her. She's staring as well. Good. Let's go, Karen. If the jury don't see this, guys, then God help them. But if I'm a juror, think about yourselves. If you're a juror and you got simple questions like these, and the Commonwealth are objecting to everything, what are you going to think about that? The jury are there; they're watching all this. So, Yannetti is getting all the questions in, and the jury must be wondering why can't he answer that? This is a big sidebar. Big sidebar. Paul says it. Boom. This is a big boom moment, guys. Just picture yourself. I know it's frustrating, all this. Just picture yourself as a juror sat there. So whatever you do now, just picture yourself as a juror. What is going in your mind right now? So Lali's made a scene. He looks stupid. This is a crux of his case. I don't agree with Bev saying he could use another witness to get it in. No, he could use this witness because this witness knows. Paul, I agree. It's over. Yeah. Josie, all he asked, do you know Trooper Proctor's wife? Objection. Were you at his wedding? Objection. Anything about Trooper Proctor? Objection. He ejected like 7 times. I might be exaggerating, but 7 times. And he only asked like 8 questions. See, dog, jury should be suspicious while the objections to questions about relationships. Guys, you are jurors. Think about this. This is worse than him just answering yes or no. Because now, all I'm thinking about is, as a juror, why can't he ask? Why can't he answer simple questions? Yeah, we know it's going to look bad further down, but this guy now is losing credibility because it's like the Commonwealth is losing credibility because why are you hiding this from us? Don't you want justice, Lally? What's wrong with you? So forget about the law, speak and all that. Just think of it as a juror. Think how you are thinking right now. What does this make you think? Shit sandwich. If you just let them answer the questions, it doesn't look bad. In my opinion, this makes the whole thing look worse for the Commonwealth. Anyway, that's just my opinion. You guys think as you want as jurors. You might think differently. I think this is great for the defense, what's happening right now, in the sense of all the objections, because it makes me think as a juror, why? Same with the pictures, why? Just pictures, why not just put them in? So something that's a small deal has just become a big deal for no reason. Here we go.
I believe you testified, sir, that you've known Michael Proctor's sister for about 20 years.
Objection.
I don't think he said that, but we'll let that stand and then move on, please.
About 20 years. You testified.
Or if that's
I believe, didn't you testify to that on direct examination just moments ago when Mr. Lally was asking you questions?
objection, Your Honor.
Next question, Mr. Unetti. Objection sustained.
How long have you known Michael Proctor for?
I mean, I know he's Courtney's sister, brother. I couldn't tell you exactly how long I've known him for.
About 15 years or so?
Roughly.
All right. Who is Kenneth Berkowitz?
The former Canton police chief.
And how do you know him?
His son and my son are the same age. So they played on some sports teams when they were younger together. I think that's when I first came to know Ken.
You became friendly with him.
I became friendly with him, sure.
And how would you characterize your relationship with him?
Friends?
You've seen him socially.
Really?
You've been out for drinks with him.
I think maybe once.
And you've known him for how long?
20 plus years.
And you say you've only been out with him for drinks one time in those 20 years?
I can't even remember if it was with drinks one time. Yeah, no.
What other types of activities have you done together?
I can't think of any. I think he came to an event that I held one time. That's about it.
Have you been out with him in a group setting?
That event that I just mentioned, yeah.
And what event was that?
It was my campaign event when I was running for select board.
He was one of your supporters.
He came by.
Did he donate money to your campaign?
I think he did.
May we approach, Judge?
Yes.
Oh my God. This is great. This is great. The simplest questions, they're not allowing or anything. The corruption is in. Any juror with half a brain is going to see right through this. Now we're saying in 20 years, he's only met Proctor once in 20 years. I think this is a Pinocchio moment. I refuse to believe it's realistic.
Sir, I'm going to display a photograph with the court's permission on the screen, and I'd ask you to take a look at it, and if you can let the jury know.
Do you have a hard copy of it?
Yes, we do have a hard copy.
So why don't you show it to the witness and
Happy
put it
to
in
do that.
evidence?
Thank you, Ron.
Okay. And we'll take that into evidence and then.
That makes sense. May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Okay, sir, I've handed you a photograph. Do you recognize what that depicts?
Yes.
What does it depict?
Me and Kenny Berkowitz.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of you and Kenny Berkowitz?
You mean is the picture us?
Yes.
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
55.
May that be published to the jury on the screen, Your Honor?
Sure.
So, Mr. Albert, that's obviously you on the right and Kenny Berkowitz on the left.
Correct.
Have you seen that photo before?
I believe I've seen it.
Do you recall when?
I believe that's my fundraiser for when I was running for the select board, that event that I spoke of earlier.
Okay. And when would it have been that you saw that photograph?
I'm not sure. I don't know if it was on my Facebook page when I was running for select board. It looks familiar.
Has Mr. Lally shown you that photograph?
No.
Has he informed you that the defense would be introducing that photograph during this trial?
Nope.
You can take the photo down, Mr. Bates. The lights can go off. You would agree with me that one of your functions as a selectman is to oversee public safety in the town?
Yes.
And you would agree that the police department is a key component of public safety in the town of Canton?
Yes.
So part of your duties as a town selectman is to oversee the Canton Police Department, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll let him have it. Is that one of your duties, sir?
I believe so. I'm new at that. I'm recently elected, so I'm just going through it. But yeah, I believe so.
And you became a town selectman shortly after Kenny Berkowitz retired, correct?
I'm not sure when Kenny retired.
But you would agree with me that Kenny Berkowitz has both personal and professional relationships with you and members of your family, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
You would agree with me that the former Canton Police Chief, Kenny Berkowitz, has both personal and professional relationships with you and members of your family.
Objection, Your Honor. It's the same question.
Go ahead and answer that question.
I'm not sure. I agree with that question.
Well, your brother Kevin Albert worked under Chief Berkowitz, correct?
Correct.
Would you consider that to be a professional relationship?
With them too, yes.
And your brother Brian Albert attended Chief Berkowitz's retirement party, did he not?
I have no idea.
But your brother Brian is also a friend of Kenny Berkowitz, is he not?
He may be, not sure.
And as far as your, ties to the Canton Police, you would agree with me that Lieutenant Michael Blank is a member of the Canton Police Department, correct?
He is.
And you've been friends with him for years, correct?
I've known him for a long time.
You've been childhood friends with him since the age of 12, correct?
Somewhere around there, maybe earlier.
And you're tight with him.
I don't know if I call it tight.
He's not an enemy of yours, is he?
Oh, God, no.
No, he's a friend of yours, correct?
Sure.
And does sure mean yes?
Yes.
Now, your older brother, Brian, you've already testified, was a Boston police officer for years, correct?
Correct.
And he achieved some notoriety on a television show, did he not?
Objection.
He was in the fugitive unit?
Correct.
And you know that your brother Brian was also a trained boxer, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Brian is a lot bigger guy than you are, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your brother Brian Albert is someone who is close to his family, correct?
Yes.
And when I say his family, I'm talking about not just his, wife and children, but also his extended family, correct?
Yes.
You were part of his family, obviously, correct?
Yes.
And your son Colin is part of his family, correct?
Yes.
The Albert family is close, correct?
Yes.
You all essentially grew up in Canton, correct?
Correct.
And you hung out with each other growing up, correct?
We were siblings, so
Of course.
yes.
And you still hang out with each other quite often, correct?
Like all of us,
In various combinations.
we have different relationships with my siblings.
Sure. But you see some more than others, but you hang out with your family, do you not?
Yeah, mostly during holidays,
And you go out for drinks together, correct?
occasionally,
And you're protective of each other, correct?
like most families.
And if someone had a dispute with a member of the Albert family, Brian wouldn't be happy about that, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You know that Brian would stick up for your kids, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your son Colin is particularly close to your brother Brian, is he not?
Objection.
I'll let him have that. Do you know?
Yes.
In fact, your son Colin was a football player through high school, was he not?
Yes.
What was his number?
In high school,
Yes.
34, I believe.
And was that for 34 Fairview?
I don't think so.
Now, you testified you moved to Maple Street in Canton not long before January 28th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And before that, you lived at 7 Meadows Ave in Canton?
Correct.
And that was when John O'Keefe was your neighbor, correct?
Correct.
I believe you testified he was a couple of houses away from you?
Yes.
And he was your neighbor for a series of years, was he not?
Yes.
While he was living in the neighborhood, you knew that he was working as a Boston police officer, correct?
Correct.
And you were familiar with him, correct?
What do you mean? What do you mean familiar?
You knew who he was, you became familiar with
Yeah, he
him.
was my neighbor. I knew who he was.
And you knew that he was not married, correct?
Yes.
And at a certain point, you knew that he was dating Karen Reed.
Yeah, at some point.
Now, you would agree with me that your family has a police background, sir, correct?
I wouldn't agree with that statement.
2 of your brothers are or were police officers, correct?
Out of 7 of us, yes.
And you knew friends of your brothers who were also police officers or in law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
And you had already testified that you know some members of the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
And you socialized with police officers, did you not?
Have I? Sure.
You've been to bars with police officers, correct?
Correct.
And you've drank with police officers, right?
Sure.
And you were friendly with police officers, correct?
Yes.
And with regard to, I'd like to ask you some questions about people specifically connected to this case. We've established that Lieutenant Lank has been a friend of yours for years, correct?
Yes.
We've established that you know former police chief Kenneth Berkowitz in such a way that you feel comfortable calling him before this jury Kenny Berkowitz, correct?
I know Kenny. Yep.
And he's actually donated to your campaign when you were running for town selectman, correct?
Correct.
And you also knew Michael Proctor prior to January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You've attended social events together with him, have you not?
Objection.
I'll let that one question.
Couple.
So at some point, Michael Proctor came to question you, did he not?
Along with another trooper. Correct.
And at the point in time when Michael Proctor came to question you, you knew who he was, correct?
Yes.
You knew him by face, correct?
Correct.
And you knew him by name, correct?
Correct.
There was no need for Michael Proctor to formally introduce himself to you, was there?
Objection.
Sustained.
What did he say when he first walked in the door in terms of introductions?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we be seen as side by side?
Sure.
What did he say to you when he entered the Objection sustained. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Literally, people, come on. Come on. This is horrible. This is horrible. What's going on right now? The judge is just awful with some of these things. What is wrong with asking that question? How did he introduce himself? Like, what's wrong with that? Get used to this. Get used to this. This is going to be the same for Gemma Cave, all the Alberts, everyone. They're all going to lie on the stand. And they're all going to be like this. I'm telling you, they've all been trained. They're all keeping an eye out for stuff. When he said, did Trooper Proctor interview you? He said, along with somebody else. He didn't say just yes or no. He had to elaborate because he'd been told to elaborate. So, what did Trooper Proctor? Did he introduce himself? He interviewed you? Yeah, but along with somebody else. It wasn't just Trooper Proctor. They know what they're doing. They're all prepped. They know all the keywords. Jackson and Yannetti got it. They're doing brilliant. They're doing brilliant here. Against not just a coached witness, not just against a lying witness, but also against a judge that's very biased.
Without getting into the precise wording, you'd agree with me that there was no need for Michael Proctor to formally introduce himself to you for that meeting, correct?
Yes.
He didn't need to say, how do you do? I am Michael Proctor, correct?
No.
No. Do you consider the Proctors to be the Albert second family?
Objection.
Do you consider that?
No.
You are aware that there are members of the Proctor's family who have posted publicly that the Alberts
Objection,
are
Your
their
Honor.
second family, correct?
So the objection is sustained and I'm striking that question. Disregard.
Now, at the time that Trooper Michael Proctor showed up to question you, sir, you knew that Karen Reed had been charged in this case, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that John O'Keefe had been found dead on your brother's lawn, correct?
Correct.
Did it occur to you that it was odd that the state police sent somebody from the Proctor family to interview you
Objection, Your
on
Honor.
February 10th of 2022?
Sustained.
All right. Now, you've testified that on January 28th of 2022, that day, that Friday that you were working, John O'Keefe stopped into D&E Pizza, your shop, correct?
Correct.
And there was discussion about whether you would be going out that night, and if so, where you would be, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've previously, on direct examination, characterized your relationship with him as being friends, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say, however, that prior to January 28th of 2022, you had never exchanged personal information with John O'Keefe, correct?
You mean, I'm sorry, you mean like phone numbers or what?
A cell number prior to that day.
No, I didn't.
And at that point in time, he had lived in your neighborhood for 4 to 5 years, correct?
Correct.
Well, I believe you've testified that that night after working, you went out around 10 minutes to 10 p.m.?
Roughly.
Before going out, did you have anything alcoholic to drink?
Think I may have had a beer at my pizza shop. I don't remember exactly.
So you have a refrigerator there that you can keep drinks cold, correct?
Among other things.
And you do have beers in that fridge for
Sometimes.
personal use?
Sometimes.
Do you know how many beers that you would have had before going out?
No.
And would you have drank that beer as you were cleaning up at the end of the night?
Probably.
Did you have anything to eat at the pizza shop?
No.
When did you last eat before you went out at 9:50 or so?
When did I last eat?
Yes.
It's a long time ago. I'm not sure.
And you knew that your wife, Julie, was starting the night at CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And you couldn't meet her there because you were still working, right?
Correct.
But at some point you heard that Julie and others were headed to the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
And that was where you planned to go after you closed up D&E Pizza.
Correct.
With regard to the time that you left, 9:50 or so is your best estimate of when you're closing the doors and walking over to the waterfall?
Yes.
And the waterfall is a short walk to D&E Pizza,
Yes.
maybe about 3 minutes?
About that.
And your plan was to walk there that night, correct?
Correct.
You had not taken a car to D&E Pizza anyway, right?
I don't believe so.
So what time did you get to the waterfall?
Shortly before 10. I don't know exactly.
All right. And yeah, I believe you've testified that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were not there when you arrived, right?
Correct.
And the food that you ordered, do you remember what appetizers you would have gotten?
Probably like potato skins and some sort of chicken tenders. I would guess. It's 2 years ago, so I don't remember exactly.
And did you order a drink along with the appetizers?
I believe so.
All right, and that would have been the Miller Lite that you talked about?
Correct.
Then not long after you got there, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins showed up, correct?
Correct.
And you had met Brian Higgins prior to that night.
Yes.
In fact, you had testified that you had seen him around quite a bit, correct?
A few times.
And you knew him, I believe your testimony was, from him working inside the Canton Police Station, correct?
I knew that he worked there.
Did you testify on direct examination, quote, I knew him from working inside Canton PD?
Yes.
And you've been inside Canton Police, correct?
Maybe twice in my life.
You knew that Brian Albert, your brother, and Brian Higgins were friends, correct?
I knew they knew each other.
So are you saying that they were acquaintances?
No, I guess they're friends.
You guess they're friends?
Yeah, they're friends.
Was there something confusing about my question the first time I asked it?
Objection, Your Honor.
In any case, would you agree that shortly before Brian Albert and Brian Higgins arrived at the waterfall, or shortly after they did, there was a couple whom, I believe you call them a Greek couple because their last name is difficult to pronounce for everybody. But do you remember them being there?
Yes.
All right. If I mention the name Kolakithis, does that ring a bell? Or do you...
That's them, yeah.
That's them. Okay. And the whole group was either standing or sitting around a high top table?
Correct.
And at 9:45 p.m., you texted John O'Keefe while you were at the waterfall, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that the language of your text was, quote, get over here or I'll fuck up your lawn, end quote?
That was one of the texts.
How many? Just a moment. May I approach?
Sure.
Oh, do we have, let's say, evidence number?
It's remarked.
Okay. I'm sorry, I don't think I asked to approach.
Go, that's fine.
Thank you. I've placed a document before you, sir. Take a look at that and tell the jury whether or not you recognize it.
Yeah, I recognize it.
What is it?
It's a text message, 2 text messages.
Okay. And who are the participants in that text message exchange?
Me and John.
And what is it that you said and at what time?
So the first one.
Okay. One over.
Your Honor, can we approach, please? This is really, really bad for the Commonwealth, Your Honor. So, Your Honor, can you please not let him read that out, Your Honor? Please. Your Honor, Yanetti's pissing all over my case, Your Honor. Please, please, please help me, Your Honor. I agree, Di. I agree. I hate when streams offer commentary. Well, I'm not going to, if it's dead air, then we're going to comment. I'm sorry. But I'm sorry, Swearing Bullets, but I will be commenting when there's dead air. That is, what did you say, Di? You said something here, Di. Joe Pesky voice, I'm done with this guy. And that was a great line. The acquaintances line was fantastic, Robin. Because he just got in the whole acquaintances thing with Caitlin. Yeah. Oops. Yalali is shitting himself. Absolutely. I mean, Every time you think Lali's got something, he's got nothing. Do you know what I mean? It's unbelievable. I think they're more talking about TB and how his commentary is.
As I did yesterday. So before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not true that the person who either authored or sent or created or transmitted the communication was in fact John O'Keefe and this witness, Chris Albert. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that John O'Keefe sent one or that this witness was the person who sent the message or transmitted it, then you may not consider it in deciding this case. So you have clarification a bit, Mr. Yannetti, at this point?
I do, yes. And just for the record and for the juror's edification, this is part of Exhibit 48, which is already in evidence. But I would ask that this particular exchange be posted on the screen with the court's permission.
Sure.
Okay. And so you'd agree that when you say it was 2 text messages, they're both with regard to the same subject, correct?
What do you mean? I don't follow you.
It says get over here, right? And then the second is a continuation of that. If not, I'm going to fuck up your lawn, correct?
So you mean that's to tell him to come over to the waterfall?
Right.
Okay, I just didn't understand what you meant.
That's fine. So you're telling John O'Keefe this, correct?
Yeah, I'm telling him to come over and meet us.
All right. And that little emoji, that face emoji after, if not, I'm going to fuck up your lawn. That's
Yeah, it's a laughing face.
right. So you're
It's a joke.
saying you're cracking up.
Yeah, it's a joke.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay.
Apologize.
Okay. Well, we can take that down. At about 10:45 p.m. or so, I believe you testified that was when John O'Keefe walked into the bar with his girlfriend, Karen Reed.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Would you agree with me that between the time you arrived and the time you eventually left, that you did go up to the bar within that establishment a few times
I'm sure he did.
and bought a few rounds of drinks,
I'm sure.
including that 1 round of fireball shots?
Correct.
What was the state of your sobriety when John and Karen arrived?
Probably fine. Fine.
All right. You didn't feel like intoxicated
No.
or unable to, perceive what's going on. You were still in control of your faculties.
Yes.
And is it true that after John and Karen arrived, that your wife Julie didn't want to stay any longer, or too much longer?
She didn't want to. She had a headache, so she wanted to go home.
Right. And by that point in time, you had been there about an hour, maybe a little less.
When Karen and John arrived?
Right.
Yeah, about an hour.
All right. And you were having fun.
Sure.
And so Julie drove home, but you stayed, correct?
Correct.
All right. And in terms of Karen Reed's drinking, as far as you could see, she had that glass that she came in with that appeared to have a clear liquid in it, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you said either a lime or a lemon.
Thought I said a lime, but yeah.
Okay. And you assumed that was, vodka and soda water or vodka in some type of mixer, correct? That was clear?
Correct.
And if she was, while drinking that night, if she was mixing in water in between alcoholic drinks, it would have been impossible for you to discern which drinks were water and which drinks were vodka, correct?
Yeah, I would have no idea.
You can't tell that by eyeballing a drink, right?
No.
Because both liquids are clear.
Yes.
And in order to discern that, you'd actually have to be given a sip to see, right? Okay. But in any case, Karen does not appear to be under the influence of alcohol to you.
I didn't notice anything.
She wasn't stumbling, correct?
Nope.
She wasn't swaying.
I didn't notice.
She didn't appear to be unbalanced, correct?
I didn't notice anything.
She wasn't slurring her words.
Nope.
She wasn't talking gibberish. correct?
No.
She was engaging in normal conversation and she appeared to be under control.
Yeah.
And would you agree with me that she also appeared to be affectionate with John O'Keefe?
I wasn't really watching their interactions too much, to be honest.
But in any case, you never saw any arguing between the two of them.
I wasn't really paying attention to their
Okay. And
interactions.
You didn't perceive any tension between them, correct?
I didn't notice anything irregular.
Okay. And from your observations of Karen Reed that night, and you were there probably over 2 hours, were you not?
Total? About that, yeah.
From your observations of Karen that night, you would have had no problem with her driving a car, correct?
I wouldn't even have thought about it.
Okay. Now, would you agree with me that of the group that you had met out, that you were the last person to leave the waterfall on January 29th of 2022?
I believe so.
Now, you previously, well, you testified on direct examination today, I believe, that you thought you got home between 12:05 and 12:10 a.m. on January 29th, correct?
It's what I remember.
If I suggested to you that you didn't even leave the bar until 12:13 a.m., would you quarrel with that?
Would I quarrel with it?
Yes.
No, I guess not. I mean,
And is your memory exhausted as to the precise time that you left the bar?
is it exhausted?
Right. In other words, do you not remember the precise time that you left the bar that early morning?
It's over 2 years ago. I don't know the precise time.
Right.
That's why I said between 12:05 and 12:10.
That answers my question. Thank you. Could we have Exhibit 50? Well, with the court's permission, can I publish Exhibit 53? It's a short clip from the waterfall. Sure. I think we need to back it up. Maybe start. If we could pause it for a second, please. Mr. Albert, you would agree with me, this was clearly the end of the night?
Sure.
The lights are all on at this point.
Yes.
The bar appears to have largely emptied out.
Yes.
Okay, continue, please. Pause it. There we go. My co-counsel is much better at this than I am. Do you know who that person is who's leaving the bar at this point at 12:13 and 43 a.m.?
Christine, it might be better without that spotlight.
Okay.
See it now?
Yeah. I believe it's me.
Continue, please. Okay. You can take that off the screen. So Having now viewed that video with the timestamp of 12:13 and about 43 seconds or so, does that refresh your memory as to when you left the waterfall?
Yes.
That would mean it would have been impossible for you to get home to Maple Street by 12:05 or 12:10, correct?
Correct.
Now, it was about maybe a 7-minute walk home. Would you agree with me?
From Waterfall to Maple? No, I said 7 minutes from D&E to Waterfall. Waterfall to Maple is probably less than 5 minutes.
So it's your testimony that D&E is closer to the waterfall than the waterfall is to Maple Street?
D&E's farther away from Waterfall than, farther away from where I live than Waterfall is.
I understand.
Oh, I don't follow you. I'm sorry.
I'll try to clarify. I don't mean to be confusing here.
Oh, it's fine.
I'm not asking about the distance between D&E and your home. I'm trying to compare or ask you to compare the distance between D&E and the waterfall and then the waterfall and your home. Do you see the difference?
I think so.
Would you agree with me that your home is farther from the waterfall than D&E Pizza is from the waterfall?
I don't follow you. I'm sorry.
Okay. So let's take it step by step. D&E Pizza to the waterfall. Are they on the same street?
Yes.
How many establishments, if you know, are between D&E Pizza and the waterfall?
Just a few.
Okay, so it's a very short walk from
Yes.
D&E Pizza to the waterfall.
Yes.
Correct? Your home on Maple Street is not on the same street as the waterfall, correct?
It's off of the same street.
But it's not on the same street.
No.
And your home on Maple Street is farther from the waterfall than D&E Pizza is to the waterfall. Is it
Correct.
not?
Correct.
Okay.
I didn't understand it earlier.
No, I
Apologies.
know, and I'm trying to work through this because I'm not trying to trick you here. I just want to get the answer. So you would agree with me that it would take you longer to walk home from the waterfall than it would take you to walk to the waterfall from D&E Pizza.
Correct.
All right. And I believe you said that one walk was 7 minutes and one walk was maybe less than 5 minutes, correct?
Yes.
All right. The 7-minute walk would have been the walk home as opposed to the walk to the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
All right. So you have agreed that you left the bar at 12:13, almost 12:14, according to the video, and it would have taken you about 7 minutes to walk home, correct?
Not exactly sure how. I think
Can I see Councilor Tevra for just a second, please?
There may be trouble ahead. This guy, is this guy elected? What is this guy? This guy is some sort of elected guy, isn't he? In Canton? People of Canton, you're fucked. He totally messed up. He's getting a spanking. Select board, there we are. What the Sorry about my language. He doesn't even understand the question of how far is your business to the waterfall. It's less than from the waterfall to your home. What? I don't understand. Ask you 3 times. 3 times. This is the key. Lied about getting home and calling getting in. Absolutely. MJ's been nailing it today. MJ nailed it. And a few others of you nailed it as well. If you look at this, Yanetti's nailed him for eating when he said he was on a diet. So he's ordering junk in there. So not much of a diet then, mate. You left later than he told us, so which means you arrived home later than he told us. How the hell did Colin come into your bedroom whilst you were going to sleep? Masterclass. Masterclass. It's up to you.
Thank you.
It's been pointed out to me that I think we're not making the connection here, and I think it might be my fault. With regard to the timing of how long it took you to go home, I believe your best estimate is about 5 minutes. Is that your testimony? And when I say home, I'm not talking about from D&E Pizza. I'm talking about that early morning when you're at the waterfall.
I understand. Yeah, I'd say around 5 minutes. I think from the waterfall to Maple Street.
Fair enough. So now, if you're leaving the bar at like close to 12:14, as indicated on the video, you're getting home somewhere around 12:19, 12:20, correct?
Roughly, yeah.
And what were you wearing that night?
Blue jeans, sneakers, I think, and a sweatshirt.
Okay. And it had started to snow by that point.
A little bit.
So the ground was a little bit either slushy or wet.
Not slushy, but could have been wet.
Could have been wet. And the snow had not yet started to accumulate, or had it?
It didn't start. No.
All right. So you're walking home, but it was cold. Correct?
Correct.
And would you agree that in the best case scenario, you might have had a little bit more clothing on for that cold walk home?
I think I had a sweatshirt on.
Right, but you could have used something else, right?
Oh, probably.
In light of the weather?
Probably.
All right, because you testified that by the time you got home, you were pretty cold, right?
Correct.
You hadn't, if it had been about a 5-minute walk, that was enough time for you to walk in almost shivering, correct?
Sure.
And given that there was precipitation, the snow had started, the sweatshirt would absorb the moisture as opposed to repel it, correct?
Sure.
And so you were wet as well when you walked in, right?
Sure.
And by that point in time, you were tired, correct?
I don't remember if I was tired, but
Okay.
I don't remember if I was tired at that point.
Okay. You had worked all day?
Correct.
Till late in the day, actually into the evening, correct?
Correct.
Taking pizzas in and out of a hot oven,
Correct.
as well as other food that you serve as well, correct?
Yep.
And you're now, and by the way, you'd had a couple of drinks or a few drinks, whatever it was, at the waterfall, correct?
Correct.
And you decided not to go to your brother Brian Albert's house, correct?
Correct.
That was in part because you weren't up for the continued partying at that point, correct?
Yeah, I just wanted to go home.
Right. And so when you got home, would you agree with me that your first priority would have been getting out of the wet clothes that you were in?
Correct.
And where would you have done that within your
In
home?
my bedroom.
And is this a townhouse? Or is it a freestanding residence?
It's a condominium.
Condominium? How many floors?
There's 3 floors.
And your bedroom's on the top floor?
Correct.
And the entrance is ground level?
Correct.
When you first entered the home in those wet clothes, where was your wife, Julie?
Upstairs in the bedroom.
And was she already washed up and ready for bed?
She was lying in bed.
And where did you go when you walked in the ground level?
I went up to the bedroom.
All right.
Took off my clothes, jumped in bed.
All right. And do you have a master bath with regard to your bedroom?
There's a bathroom, yeah.
All right. That would have been where you brushed your teeth?
But yeah.
And washed up?
But I did. That's where I would do those things, but I didn't do them.
You didn't do either of those things?
No.
Okay. Did you grab a drink of water before you went to bed?
Nope.
All right. So you essentially came home, and I think we agreed it was around 12:20 or so, give or take a minute.
Roughly.
And you made a beeline for your bedroom.
Correct.
Did you fall asleep shortly thereafter?
Soon after,
Within 5 minutes or so? 10 minutes?
I started to doze off. I don't know exactly how soon after I fell asleep.
All right. Sometime within 5 or 10 minutes, would you say?
I would say more like within 15 minutes.
15 minutes, okay. So with regard to getting home, and we'll call it 12:19, because I think that's more consistent with what you said. And understanding that it's just an estimate. If you're walking in the door at 12:19, it takes you maybe a minute to get upstairs.
About a minute.
You kicked off your sneakers downstairs, I imagine?
Maybe. I don't remember. That was a long time ago.
Okay, and then you walked up 2 flights of stairs, right?
Probably ran up the stairs because I was cold.
Okay, all right. So you're getting up there around 12:20 or so, correct?
Roughly, yeah.
And you believe that you dozed off about 15 minutes later, which would have made it about 12:35?
Somewhere around there.
Now, when you came home, you would agree with me that your son, Colin Albert, was not home, correct?
Not when I first got home.
And in fact, I think your testimony was that 10 minutes after you got home, he opened the bedroom door?
I think that's what I said, yeah.
Do you want to stick with that?
I'm just trying to recollect what I, thinking it over. So obviously it was a little bit longer.
Because you actually woke up when he opened the bedroom door, correct?
I don't think so.
Did you not just testify before this jury just, I don't know, maybe an hour ago, that you fell asleep and that your son, Colin, opened the bedroom door and woke you up to say goodnight?
Yeah, I guess that's what I said.
Okay. And when you testified to that on direct examination, that was when Mr. Lally was asking you questions, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that you were under oath at that time, correct?
Correct.
And you were trying to be as accurate as possible, correct?
Trying to be, correct.
All right. So in terms of the timing of this, assuming that he opened the bedroom door after you already fell asleep, if you're getting home upstairs to your bedroom around 12:20 and it takes you 15 minutes to go to bed, and that's around 12:35, then sometime after you're asleep, after 12:35, that's when Colin opens the bedroom door, correct?
I don't remember exactly.
Well, it's difficult for you to remember how long you'd been asleep for when Colin opened the bedroom door, correct?
Correct.
You don't know if it was 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or longer, correct?
I don't know exactly.
Right. But it was some time after you fell asleep.
To the best of my recollection.
Now, with regard to your son, Colin, he obviously lived in the same neighborhood as John O'Keefe, because that's where your family lived, correct?
Correct.
And back in 2022, Colin Albert was 17 years old?
Correct. Part of the year.
And you knew that, like most teenagers, Colin drank alcohol with his buddies, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain for the jury who or what is Nebercracker?
What is Nebercracker?
Yes.
Like the character?
That's what I'm asking.
It's a character in a cartoon called Monster House.
And would you agree with me that Nebercracker in the movie Monster House was this kind of old curmudgeon who didn't want anybody on his lawn, correct?
The character, yes.
He was the get off my lawn guy, correct?
In the movie, yeah.
What was your nickname and your wife Julie's nickname for John O'Keefe?
Mr. Nebercracker.
All right. And your wife Julie actually had John O'Keefe plugged into his contacts as Nebercracker, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you were there one time when Julie showed Karen Reed, her phone to show how John O'Keefe was plugged in as Nevercracker, correct?
I believe so.
And this whole nickname started because of a conflict that Colin Albert had with John O'Keefe.
Not correct.
John O'Keefe complained to you about things that Colin was doing.
Not correct.
He would tell you that Colin used to throw beer cans or beer bottles in his bushes, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
So you can answer that. What's your answer?
That is not correct.
John O'Keefe told you that Colin used to flip him off, correct?
Not correct.
And say F you to him.
Never.
Colin used to cut through his yard.
Nope, that was Dylan.
You knew that John didn't like people cutting through his yard, correct?
No, I don't know that to be true.
Okay. So is it your testimony that John O'Keefe invited kids to cut through his lawn all the time?
I don't understand. Is that a question?
It was a question. I guess let me withdraw that and ask this. If John O'Keefe is Nevercracker, and he's the get off your lawn guy, are you denying that he doesn't like people cutting through his lawn?
Do you want me to, can I explain?
I just asked for an answer to my question. Mr. Lally will get up after I'm done, and I'm sure you can explain whatever you want.
So no, he's not no.
All right. Well, you would agree with me that there was a time when John O'Keefe was not home that you and your wife, Julie, went to his house.
That is correct.
And you entered onto his property, correct?
On his front property, yes.
And you had drinks in your hand.
Correct.
And you thought it would be funny to have a photo taken of you and your wife with drinks in your hand on his property, correct?
Correct.
And you knew it would be funny because you knew it would annoy him, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
So you can go ahead. Can you answer that?
Yeah, he was actually asking us to watch his house while he was away.
Right, but that doesn't answer my question, which was he didn't ask you to go onto his property with drinks in your hand and take a photo, correct?
He asked us to watch his property.
Okay, but again, in answer to my question, the answer is no, he did not ask us to go on his property and take pictures of ourselves with drinks in our hand, correct?
Yeah, he didn't ask me to send him a photo.
And you would agree with me that Nevercracker wouldn't like a photo of somebody on his lawn with drinks in their hands, correct?
The cartoon character, Nevercracker?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain. Next question, please,
Yes.
Mr. Yannetti.
I have the photo. May I approach you?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, I place two photographs before you. If you could take a look at those and tell the jury if you recognize what they depict.
I do.
What do those photos depict?
It's me and my wife straddling John's fence. We're giving a thumbs up in one of them and a smile in another one.
Okay. And you say John's fence, so that's actually on John's property, correct?
Part of it is, yeah. I mean, I don't know what the easement is from the street to the fence as ownership goes, but yeah.
All right.
I know the town owns a certain portion of it.
Would you agree with me that that photo was taken in April of 2021?
I'm not sure when it was taken, but if that's what you have for a date, then it's fine.
Okay. Who took that picture?
That's a good question. I have no idea.
Where was your son Colin that night when you had that picture taken?
I have no idea.
Would you agree with me that you texted those photos or somebody texted those photos, whether it was you or your wife, Julie, to John O'Keefe?
Absolutely.
And offer those are fair and accurate representation of The photos that you took?
Yeah.
All right. I would offer those, Your Honor.
All right, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
And with the court's permission, may they be published for the jury?
Okay.
With regard to that first photo, is that, well, first of all, whose house is that in the background?
That's John's.
And that is you on the right and your wife Julie on the left?
Correct.
We have the second photo, please. Okay. That is also John's house in the background there?
Correct.
And again, that's you on the right and Julie on the left, correct?
Correct.
Okay, we can take that photo now. Now, would you agree with me that those photos give some context to the text that you sent him on January 28th when you were trying to get him to come out and you threatened to, quote, fuck up his lawn if he didn't come out that night?
What do you mean give context to?
Well, in other words, here you are texting him photos of you and your wife on his lawn, correct?
Yes.
And that's a common theme that explains the January 28th text where you were threatening to fuck up his lawn, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay. I just have one more area that I want to cover with you, sir. You previously confirmed that when you walked in your door on January 29th of 2022 after coming home from the waterfall, your son Colin was not home, correct?
That's correct.
At that time, you had no personal knowledge of where he had been that night, correct?
That's correct.
Since that time, you know that he was at your brother Brian's house that night, Brian Albert.
That's correct.
Your old home, correct?
Where I grew up, yep.
And you knew that address to be 34 Fairview Road.
Correct.
And you knew that that was the same house outside which John O'Keefe was found dead later that morning, correct?
Correct.
I may have a moment.
Sure.
Just one other question, sir. When you spoke to Trooper Proctor on February 10th of 2022, you would agree with me that you never mentioned that Colin Albert was at your brother Brian's house that night, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh,
I don't remember.
No
all
further
right,
questions.
thank you. Brief redirect.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Albert, you were asked some questions about being a selectman. Were you a selectman at the time on January 28th, 2022?
No.
About how long after that was it that you became?
Sometime in April that the election was over. April, second week in April, maybe?
So that photograph that you were shown with respect to yourself and the former Chief Berkowitz of the Kin Police, when was that?
It was a fundraiser, so it was probably like 2 or 3 weeks before the election. So January, February, March something, end of March maybe?
So well after January 28th, 2022?
Yes.
And you were asked some questions about your brother selling the house. Now, prior to your brother selling the house, you had sold your house, correct?
Correct.
And why was that?
Why was that? It just made sense for us. You know, it was just a financial decision.
Kids were getting older, is that correct?
Yeah.
One was in the Navy.
Yep.
Another was about to go to college.
Correct.
And what, if any, relation did that have to your brother selling the house?
So once he found out that I was selling my,
Objection.
No, I'm going to allow it.
once he found out I was selling my house, he decided that it might be a good idea for him to sell his house. His kids were getting older. So I gave him my real estate's number, the guy who sold my house.
And that selling of the house, was that something that you would discuss with your brother prior to January 28th, 2022?
Yeah, soon after.
Let's move on from that.
Now, with regards, regard to your son Colin when he came home that night, you indicated that it was about 10 minutes after. Now, was that 10 minutes after you arrived home or 10 minutes after you got into bed?
10 minutes after I jumped into bed.
Now, with reference to your son Colin, he came home, you saw him that night, correct?
When he came home?
Yes.
Yeah, he just leaned his head in the door.
And when he leaned his head in the door, did you, similar to what I had asked you about Mr. O'Keefe, did you observe any sort of injuries or anything like that to his face?
No.
Saw your son the next day as well?
Yes.
Did you observe any injuries to him at any point
None.
in time? And you mentioned that you went over to your brother Brian Albert's house and both he and Mr. Higgins were there, correct?
Correct.
As far as your interactions with both Brian Albert and Brian Higgins that following day, what, if any, injuries did you observe on them that night?
None.
Now, with regard to the Nevercracker, what was sort of the origination of that?
It's a joke. It's so my son Dylan, who is my littlest one, he was cutting across John's lawn one day, coming home from the school, walking. This is before John had a fence that went this way, like on Pleasant Street. So it would just cut off like a couple of minutes. He ran across John's lawn one day. This is my littlest son, who I don't even know at the time. He might have been like 9, 10. I'm not sure exactly how old he was. And John yelled something to him, "Hey, kid, get off my lawn." So John was just making a joke. So Dylan got scared. He ran home and told my wife, Julie. And then Julie in turn called, called Jen maybe and said, "Hey, John just yelled at Dylan." And I think Jen reached out to John and John felt terrible. And John came down the street. John asked what kind of candy Dylan liked. And John brought Dylan a bag of candy and just said, "Hey, I was just kidding." It was just, so from that point on, we called him Mr. Nevercracker, and it was a joke between John. John thought it was funny. And
Now, as far as those photographs that you indicated that you took on his fence,
Yeah.
and sent to him when he was away, is that correct?
Correct.
That was after he'd asked you to watch his house
Yeah.
while he was away?
yeah,
And how did he respond to those photographs?
he thought it was hilarious. We actually showed him other people that photo too. They thought it was funny.
All right, we're going to wrap it up, Mr. Allen.
One last question, Norm. So after you sent the text message as far as to come over here and then made the reference to his lawn, Mr. O'Keefe then came over to the water.
Yeah, he came over after.
Nothing further.
Nothing
Quick
further.
reject.
All right, you are all set, Mr. Elder. And
Thank you.
Jurors, we're going to take a recess. It's not going, Mr. Elder, sit in there, let the jurors. It's not going to be too long because we're going to end around 12.
If the witness would just stay where you
Yeah,
are.
please
Thank
stay
you.
there.
Sorry,
So
sorry.
That's okay. So-
Jurors, if you'd fold your notebooks, please do on your chairs. Follow me. All right, here we go.
So call about a You 10-minute are break, 'cause muted. I want to get more testimony.
Wow, I got to be honest. I didn't expect the judge to tell him, "We're going to wrap this up, Mr. Lally." So I didn't expect that. It's interesting right at the end how he was able to elaborate on everything. What do you think? I know we've all got bias here in the chat, right? We all have bias towards Karen, but most of us do towards Karen. But think of it as a juror, though. How credible was he? And I don't think he's very credible. I'm trying to be unbiased, but I genuinely don't think he's very credible. I think he he was actually a very bad witness for the Commonwealth. That's just my opinion. I just don't know. I that's just me. But what do you guys think of that? I don't think he was very good for them. I think these people think they're like he's so cocky. I think they think they're great because they're like, we can handle him. We can handle Jackson. We can handle Yannetti. Yannetti and Jackson are more clever than what these guys are. So, Cynthia says, not credible as a juror. No, I agree. Honestly, I don't know. They just keep lying. Oh, yeah. I mean, they're going to lie throughout. Who says here? Ralph. Hey, Ralph's mum. Brian was watching all those questions. They all are watching. I think the defense laid a lot of good foundations just now. Chris was absolutely positively not credible. Right. No, I agree. It's interesting, right? Because where's my lovely... Where's she? Josie, right? So you got to remember, right? A lot of you here know this case inside and out. Josie's a very intelligent woman, right? She watches trials every day. She's normally here with me or watching with someone else. And she's like, okay, don't hate me, everyone. But if you don't know all the ins and outs of this case, I have no idea what all the questions is doing. And that's the thing, though, that you got to remember as a juror. What are they picking up on? Because they don't know any of the things that we know and stuff like that. So how confusing is this for a juror? Because that's interesting, He didn't come across cocky for you. Oh, fair enough. He came across as cocky. But again, this is beauty of us all having different opinions. It changes the timeline. Yes. Yeah. There's small wins in it, but at the minute, I'm not sure the jury are grasping on it. Agree, Josie, I don't have all the knowledge. You aren't alone. So this is what I mean. Those that don't know the case are now currently a little bit confused. So is that a good thing? A bad thing? I don't think it's a bad thing at all, because they're going to come back and put it all together. They're going to place it all together. But the defense have to put it all together, piece it all together. The Colin timeline is still in play. He couldn't clear him. Couldn't. The Alberts have a strong relationship with law enforcement, and they laid the foundation for the faulty timeline for Colin getting home. The defense has to prove Colin was in the house. So yeah, that's the gist of it. It's just the fact of the defense, they got a bit of work now to pull it all together. Now, the advantage is that jurors are all apparently very attentive and writing notes, which is good. That's good. But I can only imagine as a juror, you're going to have a ton of questions here. A ton of questions. Heather says, feel free to ask any and all questions, though. Guys, whenever they come up, I know I speak for most of us, if not all of us, all when I say we'll have the answers for you. And Heather, I think you speak on behalf of everyone, because I dare not go against you. So whatever Heather says goes, right? I'm joking. Of course, everyone can ask questions, but that's the benefit of this. You can ask questions. Just remember, the jury can't ask any questions. They're alone with their thoughts. They can't even ask themselves questions. 50 in flannel. After binge watching, they give you a bad gut feeling. Colin Stand, oh my God, he's a hotbed too. But Bear's protection is disgusting. So people like Colin, Gemma Cable, all them, I'm telling you, I've said this from day one, they are getting coached. They're watching all of this right now. They're probably in a room together with different attorneys going, right, this is what you say, this we can't say. They'll be taking notes of how Colin did and, right, he stumbled here, we need to fix that. This is how we fix it. They'll be looking at everything. This is a trial within a trial. He's a cocky SOB and a busy and a lousy neighbour, what we call white trash. For me, you just elements of him was cocky. I think there's elements that he then lost his rag a little bit, but I agree, Josie. But that guy was very obviously trying to hide something. He wore it all over his face. You could see his demeanour repeatedly changing depending on the questioning. Yeah, I know. I don't agree with that. But also, James, that's perfect. The perfect thing is here, guys, is that you got 16 people on the bench, right? They're all going to think of it different ways. They might think similar, but they're going to interpret it differently. So it's great. I mean, that's the beauty of it, you know. That's right, Dilly. His son's involved in it. Yes, yes. Unless witness number 23 for defense says Colin was there, or Brian Proctor Higgins tells the jury. Rich Italian plumber. There's a lot of witnesses to come, do you know what I mean? So I like where they go with so a lot of it doesn't make sense now. But again, the reason I bring up about not making sense, I'm glad they're taking notes, but the defense have to pull this together at the end. They need to make it make sense. They put in I can see a lot of it, the nuggets he's putting in. But for the jury, they don't see it at the minute. They don't see the relevance of half the stuff. So we're going boom, boom, but it's like they don't quite get that yet. So if I was I've always thought this, right? If you do a trial as an attorney, in some ways, I don't mean no disrespect here to anybody, but you're better off doing a mock jury with like 10-year-olds and getting feedback off them to see if they understand it. Because in some ways, you need to treat the jury like the 10-year-olds. You need to really dumb it down and explain everything to them in detail. So, isn't that why you put the defense? Sea Dog, they were trying to push the attack on John back to protect Colin, hence the missing ring cam or Canary getting home, but GPS squashed that. There's a lot of things I think are going to squash. But I can't, Mia saying that she's worried. I can't understand why people are worried because it's infuriating when you hear the lies. You know, it's infuriating. But I'm just placing my trust in the fact that if we see this, if the vast majority of us see this, then I can't see how 12 jurors are going to be like, oh, that witness was credible. I can't. I believe I can't. No, I can't. Do you know what I mean? Chris's angle is so visible every time call his name. Well, he kept reverting. Well, it's not just Colin, it's Dylan and whoever else. I got 3 children. He put Colin, maybe he put Colin on the scene time-wise. Yes. Elizabeth, hanging out of cemeteries, getting their stories together. Well, this is great because Kate Peters went after Sean about this and said, hey, Sean, you know, they were there. It wasn't them there. It was the two sisters looking at their mother's gravestone or something. And then another commenter came in and said, no, their mother is buried in front of my mother, and that's not the cemetery. It's a different cemetery. And then Sean went back and said, hey, Kate, any comment? Of course, nothing from Kate Peters. So that kind of, the anti-Karen Reeds went after everybody and said, you're disgusting. They're only there to look at their mother's grave. Well, it's not the right cemetery. So these anti-Karen Reed people. Colin will snap back. He's been trained. He has to have been trained. I mean, they're going to push him and push him and push him and push him and push him. I can only imagine he's been trained like hell right now about losing his cool. But when you get pushed to a certain amount, jury not impressed with Christie? I don't think so. Paul, a mediocre man can't even wear a tie to court. Yeah, I noticed that. I know some people don't, but I would have thought you'd just stick a tie in. But Proctor's conflicted. Oh, look at the 7 or 8 objections about Proctor. Oof. They don't want anything about Proctor in there. Close a disgrace for court. They are Chris A everywhere. Chris Alba's everywhere. Yeah, he's disrespectful to everyone. I doubt anyone likes his demeanor. No, these are all just pieces to puzzle that will come together. Yeah, and that's the point. But to the jury, these pieces don't match at the minute. So, come to the jury, scary this situation. To be honest, I'd be terrified. The defense looks good so far. Seems like quite a few wins now. I agree with you. I agree with everything you've just written. 15 Flannel. I agree everything you've just written there. But when it comes to it, though, it's scary as hell to have these jurors. You know, your life is in their hands, and whether you're innocent, but doesn't matter. They can decide your fate. We shouldn't even be here. That's a problem. That's the thing. Higgins signing a proffer means that no one else in that house last night knows what Higgins is going to say. They could get the story straight, but that does not include Brian Higgins. No, that's also true. There's a few curveballs here. I mean, but this is why it's important that they're getting about the Albers, how close they are. And basically, the defense are going around saying, the Albers, you're all close. You're going to do everything together. So you're going to lie for each other. You're going to do, don't believe their testimonies because they can lie together. They must have some documentation of calling conflict, is my guess. I imagine so as well. They all go use the LNC stream so we can hear much better. Unfortunately, Tim, it keeps breaking down. Law and Crime keeps breaking down. Yesterday, it went down twice. I just completely cut off Law and Crime. I can't trust it. And unfortunately, I'm sorry, but I can't. Get the master volume. Master volume can pump up your volume. Otherwise, I was going to go Law and Crime, but I can't trust it. I'm sorry. Twice yesterday, it let us down, and we lost probably about quite a few minutes of testimony. So that's why I'm not using it. Notice cops looked at jury. This one will not look. That's true as well. But yeah, I will look at other streams though. I will look for other streams. Notice cops look at jury. This one will not look. True. He got hostile regarding family relations, and the jury surely saw that. I think so. That night. TB2, the BA and Nicole are in court today. First time, maybe one of them next. Yeah, so someone did post in chat about this as well. They were escorted into court, I believe. I've said it 1 million times. Brothers cover brothers. Yeah, Joni, spot on. And if you're saying this, I think the jury know this as well. I hope they're taking notes, and I hope the defense connects all things, because right now I'm not. They are, Josie. They are. Everyone, Ted Daniels keeps saying they are taking copious amounts of notes. So, and also, let's just remember, we're talking about defense right now, but the question is, are the prosecutors proving their case? Because I know we discussed the defense, but defense haven't put anything on yet. So, more of a question now, actually, Josie, is, do you believe that the Commonwealth are proving that Karen did this? Sea-Dog as a loser guy who was entitled is disgusting. They will, Josie. I totally see where you would be confused, not knowing all the backstory, but it will come together. Darcy, absolutely. Now, can't be any Nicole being caught if they are witnesses. No, they can't be in the actual court, but they're in the courthouse, I believe, Nash. In the courthouse. Yeah. I imagine Sean is twirling. Yeah, I know. He hasn't rung me back yet. Will Ali be dumb enough to call Colin? He has to. Because if he doesn't, the defense does. So, imagine this needed to go to appeal. Damn, so scary. I know. It's a lot, Josie. You're not alone. No. There we go. They are meatheads and meatballs. He said his potential on the line. Chris can't afford to break. Yeah. Look, he's testifying for his son, and I believe that jury know that as well. So that's true. And sedation for Colin. Defense has Courtney Proctor. on their list that will approve the second family statement. This is why it's stupid that Lally keeps objecting. It's like, dude, it's coming in. Him objecting makes it more of a big deal than it actually needs to be. 10 women, 6 men. 6 men. 16, I believe, Cynthia. What's better, though, women or men? What do you think, women or men? Karen stays down, whoever lies. I'm 100%. I still can't hear. Worked on Andrea Burkup, but I'd rather be here. It's if you get volume master, Tim. Get volume master. I just don't want the same thing to happen. 2 days now, Law and Crime have crashed, and I don't want it to crash anymore. Break time, coffee time. It is coffee time. Get coffee. Buy me coffee. Hang on. Whilst we're doing that, Murph, you might be a genius, Murph. Hang on. Oh, crap. Hang on. Oh, damn. You see, I'm so crap at stuff for this. Thank you to Vivian and Alex Apollius. You're awesome, Dylan. Have a fantastic day. Thank you, Vivian, for the 5 coffees. Someone as well bought you 5 copies. Do you know what? Let me just get this up. There you go. That's better. So you're awesome, Dylan. Have a fantastic day. Thank you. And someone bought 5 copies. If you don't want to put your names up, that's fine. But someone bought 5 copies. Thumbs up 3 times up to Dylan. Thank you very much, someone as well, for that, whoever you may be. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Right. I'll get the other stream back up now. I can look for other streams, guys, but it's just more of a I'm not using Law and Crime because it's crashed too many times. And I do not want you guys to shout to me if it crashes again. Pump up the volume, pump up the volume. Bump it up. You gotta pump it up. Pump it up. You gotta pump it up. Also, for you guys to know, is there are extensions on laptops, computers, and stuff. It's called Volume Extension. That's the one I use for Microsoft. It's free. Just download it, and it goes up to 600%. So your volume goes up to 600%. Just download it. Volume. I think it's Volume Master, and yeah, it goes up to 600%. So if you install that on your laptops as an extension, then you're gonna. Obviously, I don't think it works on phones, but PCs, laptops, and stuff like that, it works. So it helps when you've got my volume currently is at 16% for this audio. So I mean, if anything, this audio is too loud for me. So keepsake Collins' name, David. His arrogance. Hey, April. His arrogance starting to show. Not fun holding up the cover up. Witness advocate to keep them company. Oh, yes. Became a member through Buy Me Coffee, Access Discord, where we have tons of members only content. We do. And we look at British documentaries and stuff like that. Meet this is a perfect example of why local elections matter so much more than who is present. Vote local, run local, and pay attention to what is going on. Because this guy didn't know how long it took to walk home. He got confused. You don't want that guy. So, hey, Mighty Meat. You think the FBI will let the trial play out to make more arrests on perjury charges? Yes, I believe so. Till a certain point, I think. BS Commonwealth, yes, correct. Sea Dog, I was trying to remember what song he was singing there, lol. Brian and his wife are at the courthouse. There we are, Brenda. Okay, 10-6. There we are. 10-6. There we are. I thought so. He was 16, so 10-6. Jura may have been understanding of alcohol and testosterone. May have better understanding of alcohol. Yeah. See, it's important. The final 12 is important. Paddington. It's coffee time. Yes, let's go. Paul Lynch, thank you for the super sticker, Paul Lynch. And you'll see, those are the members, you'll see that I've got the new, I've named it the Albert family, the Alberts, Pinocchios. Thank you, Vivian and someone. Thank you, Paul. Someone posted video, they got an escort, big tough guy, needs protection. Lally himself made the witness not credible by objecting. Yeah, that was great for the defense, Jennifer. Great. These objections are great, in my opinion. Thank you for your support, Paul. Thank you, Paul, my friend. Bully family. I do love the fierce look and demeanor of Cara. Absolutely. I do as well. I do as well. Thank you for supporting the channel, Vivian, someone, and Paul. Cue the jock jams. Forget coffee, get a shot of the boozer. Thank you, Tony. I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you for supporting the channel, Tony. Thank you, Tony. Let's get ready, let's get ready, let's get ready to rumble. Psych. You see? Don't put songs in there, I'll sing it. Brian has to be there to protect his guy. Oh my god, Wimpy. Witness is allowed. Lally's quiet. Not much you can do about that. No, but I will try and look at other streams to see if we can pick it up. I can't use law and crime. Do you remember yesterday? Crashed twice yesterday, and the other days they crashed as well. They might work perfectly, but I don't trust. As soon as something crashes, I don't like to use them again. And I can only imagine it crashing right in the middle of important testimony, and you guys all shouting at me. At least if this goes bad, it's Big D Dog's fault. So Proud Papa Colin, yes. There we go, the Alberts. Smart asses. Are you sure this isn't Robert room? Isn't Robert room? Colin's go to jail and he can thank his daddy. Please smash a like, good people. Yes, please. We got 196 people here, 135 likes. Please smash it. Zachary Anderson, again, free Zachary Anderson. If you don't know Zachary Anderson, go and watch thewrongfulpod.com. You can watch it, listen to it. This beautiful lady here, Josie, she is the host of it. There's 4 wonderful women. I went 3, then 4 wonderful women that create it. If you think this is a injustice to Karen, please go and watch. Listen to these girls break down the case of Zachary Anderson. He's got the same symbol as well. And that's also a travesty of a case. He's actually been convicted. So go and watch that. If you like trials and you want to see another miscarriage of justice, go and follow wrongfulpod.com. Cheers, Paul. Eliza, hello. When other country starts showing their trials to the public on camera, we will see whose judicial systems are worse. There's no judicial system that is perfect. I can tell you that now. There's not. Transparency-wise, US is great, but the lead-up to it and stuff, Jesus Christ. Scratch that. Are you sure that we are not in romper room? There we go. Thank you, Flannel, for becoming a member as well. That's your opinion. I totally disagree with you. And he's not guilty as fuck. If you think that, then there's something wrong with your bloody head. Look at all the evidence. You're absolutely tapped if you think he's guilty. There you go, Josie.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
May we approach before the next witness is called, Your Honor?
Okay.
Jesus. Right, let me put the screen back up to what it is. Gives you a bit of time to get this right. Sorry, I missed all that. Evidence of the case. So the evidence in the Zachariah case was this. The DA went up there and lied to everybody, said there's blood all over the place, DNA everywhere. Turns out there was nothing. He lied. So that's what corruption looks like, people. So go and look at it.
All right, so Mr. Lally, who's your next witness?
We'll call Miss Julie Albert to the stand.
Okay.
Again, thank you for becoming a member. I skipped over that really quick, but thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case down here should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Julie Albert, Albert.
And where do you live now?
I live at 22 Maple Street in Canton.
And how long have you lived with us?
A little over 2 years,
And how long in total have you lived in Canton?
my whole life, 48 years.
And where did you live just prior to living on Maple?
I lived at 7 Meadows Avenue in Canton.
And how long a period of time did you live at 7 Meadows
Oh, 15 plus 20 years, about 20 years.
And do you have kids?
Yes, I have 3 boys.
And are you married?
Yes, I am.
What's your husband's name?
Christopher Albert.
And your 3 boys, how old are they?
My oldest, Christopher, is 25. My second son, Colin, is 20. And my youngest son, Dylan, is 16.
And do each of them, where do they live? Do they live with you?
They all live with me, yes.
And your husband, does he work?
Yes,
What does he do?
he owns a restaurant in Canton,
What's the name of the restaurant?
D&E Pizza,
And where is that located?
618 Washington Street.
Now, when you lived on Meadows Avenue, can you describe for the jury sort of, if you know, about how many houses were on Meadows?
I would say maybe 8 on each side.
And Meadows comes out to a main road, is that correct?
Yes, Pleasant Street.
And while you were living on Meadows Avenue, did you have occasion to come to know someone by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
And where did John live in relation to you?
John's house was at the top of the street, and there's 2 houses. There was 2 houses between John's house and my house.
And if you recall, about how long did you know John O'Keefe, or when did he move into Meadows?
I think he moved in 2017-ish, maybe. And I've probably known him since maybe 2019.
And how would you describe sort of your relationship with John O'Keefe?
We were friendly. We were neighbors. You know, I'd see him all the time coming in and out of the street, and because he's at the top of the street when I pulled out of the street. And we were friendly.
And in addition to you knowing Mr. O'Keefe, were there other sort of people that that knew you that also knew him?
Yes, yes.
Who were some of those people?
Well, I knew John through Jennifer McCabe.
And who is Jennifer McCabe?
She's one of my closest friends.
Now, you knew that John had 2 children that he was guardian for?
Yes,
And you were familiar with both his niece and his nephew?
yes.
Now, at some point through Mr. O'Keefe, did you come to know somebody by the name of Karen Reed?
Yes.
When about was it that you met Ms. Reed?
Maybe in 2021, pulling in and out of the street if they were outside, if, a couple times out socially, probably in 2021, I would say.
And if you could, just so we're clear, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom?
Yes, between her lawyers right over there.
That's a record of like identification by
Okay.
the witness. Now, on some social occasions that you were talking about, when you would see them out, would you have occasion to socially interact with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Is that something that like you and your husband did together, or was it more of a group setting type?
No, a group setting.
And with reference to, did you have occasions where you would socially hang out or interact with Mr. O'Keefe in which Ms. Reed wasn't there?
I can only honestly remember one time, and that was, I don't even know if they were together at the time.
And had you ever socially interacted or spent time with Ms. Reed separate and apart from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
Do you recall what day of the week it was?
Friday.
And what, if anything, did you have plans for that particular evening?
The next day was my nephew's birthday. So we were all, a bunch of us were going to go out that night, the night before, to a bar in Canton.
And by the night before, you mean the night before his birthday?
Yes.
And that nephew, what was that nephew's name?
Brian Jr.
And if you know about how old was he turning, or how, well, let me start with this. How old is he now?
He's 24.
So just turned 24 a few months ago.
January. Yep.
And so he would have been turning, what, 22 at that point?
Yes.
And when you say we had plans to sort of go out, who was the we?
Myself, his mother, Nicole, my niece, Caitlin, and a couple of Brian's friends.
Now, and you mean Brian Jr.'s friends?
Yes.
And so Brian Albert Jr. has a mother named Nicole Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
And how is she related to you?
She's my sister-in-law. Our husbands are brothers.
So your husband Christopher has a brother?
Brian.
Brian. Okay. And that would be sort of
Brian Sr.
for lack
Yep.
of a better term.
Yep.
Your husband Christopher, how many siblings does he have?
6.
And Brian is the oldest?
The oldest, yes.
And so there were plans to go out that evening, the day before Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday, correct?
Yes.
And what were the plans? What did they sort of consist of?
We were just going to go to Waterfall.
And is Waterfalls where
It's a bar in Canton on Washington Street.
And from your husband's pizza shop at D&E to the Waterfall, about how far away are the two from each other?
Very close. I mean, 200 steps maybe. You can, very, very close.
Same side of the street or
No,
opposite?
opposite sides.
Now, when it came to that day, where did you go? Did you go to the Waterfall first or somewhere else, or if you know?
I went to my sister-in-law Nicole's house to pick her up.
And do you know the address where your sister-in-law and your brother-in-law live?
34 Fairview, where they lived, 34 Fairview Road.
And that was somewhere that you had been numerous occasions before?
Yes.
And when you arrived at 34 Fairview Road, you went inside the house?
I think I went inside for a moment, yeah, just to wait.
And do you know who, if anyone, did you see in there that you knew or recognized or didn't?
I know my niece Caitlin was in there, my nephew Brian. I don't recall. I don't recall who else was in there.
Your sister-in-law Nicole, was she there?
Yeah, she was ready to leave. Yep.
And when you left, I'm using sort of you in the plural. So you drove, is that correct?
I drove. Yep.
And who, if anyone, went along with you in your car?
Nicole, my sister-in-law, and Caitlin, my niece. And Brian did not end up coming with us.
And so your nephew Brian, for whom you had initially made the plans to go out
Yep.
and celebrate, didn't end up coming?
Correct.
And why was that?
I don't think he was feeling up to it.
And if you know about what time was it that you picked your sister-in-law and your niece up and then went to Waterfall?
I don't remember exactly, but I would probably say between maybe 7:30 and 8, 7:30, like around 7:30 maybe.
And you arrive at the Waterfall, you go in. If you could just explain for the jury sort of when you walk into the door of the Waterfall, where was it that the three of you went?
When you walk into the door, there's a couple high top tables, long high top tables in front of you. And we just sat down at a high top table right when you walk through the door.
Now, from your experience either that evening or prior evenings, on certain nights, does the Waterfall have any kind of sort of entertainment?
Yeah, they always have, every week's different. They have bands.
And from your recollection, was there a band there that night?
Yes, there was.
And do you recall where you were seated in relation to the band?
I was sitting at the end of the high top table closest to the door that you walk in, and the band was to the right of me against a wall in kind of like an alcove, like a little against the wall.
And when you went there, was the band already sort of set up and playing, or did that happen later?
I think they set up while we were there. I think.
And so initially, when you go there, do you go there and just have drinks, or did you eat something, or what?
We ate, and yeah.
And while you were there, as far as during sort of the meal portion of it, was there anyone else that joined you?
I know my niece's boyfriend, Tristan Morris, came. I don't remember exactly when it was during that, but I know he was there. And then during the meal part, I don't think during the meal part anyone else, I don't think.
So you recall, as far as the meal part was concerned, it's you, your sister-in-law Nicole, your niece Caitlin, and her boyfriend Tristan.
Correct.
And Mr. Morris, did he stay for any extended period of time, or when was it that he left?
I know he stayed for a little bit, but I honestly can't remember what time exactly he left.
Now, your husband, was he working on that day?
Yes, he was.
And had you been in communication with him as to where you were going to be?
Yes.
And so the plan was basically for him to meet you at the waterfall when he was done with work.
Correct, yes.
And if you know about what time was it that your husband, Christopher, came over to the waterfall?
Maybe not 9:30, 10, maybe. I don't
And
remember
want you to
exactly.
guess, just 'cause
Yeah.
you know approximate time.
Yeah.
So at some time around 9:30 or so, your husband Christopher comes over to the waterfall?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did he do when he got?
I
Let me ask
came
you
in, yeah.
this. He came in, did he get anything to eat, anything to drink?
Yeah, he probably ordered a drink and just stood by the table, I would think.
And you and the people in your group, were you drinking that night?
Yes.
What is it, do you recall specifically what you had to drink?
I think I had just a couple glasses of wine.
And your husband, do you recall specifically what he had that night?
What he would drink is Miller Lite.
And that's sort of typically what he would drink when
Yes.
he was out?
Yes.
And your sister-in-law, Nicole, do you recall what she was drinking?
I would assume White Claw, a White Claw.
And same question with regard to your niece, Kate.
Yes, probably White Claw as well.
Now, while you were there, who, if any, so after your husband came in, who, if anyone else, sort of came in and joined the group that you were with?
My brother-in-law, Brian Albert, and his friend, Brian Higgins.
And obviously, you know your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, correct?
Mhm.
And
Is that
do
yes?
you know?
Yes.
Thank you. You just have to answer obviously. So, did you know Mr. Higgins as well?
Yes.
And how did you know Mr. Higgins?
I just know him from being friends with my brother-in-law.
So you knew him just sort of through your brother-in-law, Brian, is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And do you know when they arrived in relation to when your husband Christopher arrived?
I don't recall.
But some point after, correct?
Yes.
Then after they arrived, who, if anyone else, do you recall sort of arriving and joining in your group?
Jennifer McCabe and Matt McCabe. And there was a couple, I don't even know their name, Colakitis. They arrived. I don't know their first names. And John and Karen arrived shortly after that.
And just so we can clear up people, as far as Jennifer McCabe, you've already mentioned her, and Matthew, was that her husband?
Yes.
And the other couple that you were talking about, or sort of guessing their names, had you ever met them before?
No. Nope.
Not anybody that you're particularly friends with or anything like that?
No. I know them, who they are, from seeing them maybe at a sporting event or something, but I've never been introduced to them.
And when you say sort of sporting events in relation to what?
If they were at like a basketball game and I was at a game, like I've just seen them around. I'm assuming probably sporting events, probably a basketball game.
And I'm sure it's pretty well understood with this. I just want to clarify. So when you say sporting events, these are kids' sporting events?
Kids sporting events, yes.
And so which kids' sporting events would you be at that you would see this couple that you didn't know? Your kids or something?
No, Jennifer McCabe's kids.
So you would go to sporting events for Jennifer McCabe's kids and see this couple?
Yes.
And if you know about how long after this Brian Albert and Mr. Higgins arrived, did the McCabe's and this other couple arrive?
I don't remember exactly.
But after Mr. Albert and Mr. Higgins, correct?
Correct.
Now then, you mentioned Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came in at some point as well.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to make sure you say yes or no, okay? And the other thing you say, I assume or I guess, don't answer. If you don't know, you don't.
Okay.
And if you know, about what time was it that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came?
Before 11 o'clock?
Okay. And with reference to when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, Ms. Reed, came into the waterfall, where were you in relation to sort of the high top table that you were describing?
I was at the top of the high top table closest to the door.
And when they came in, where did Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant go?
John walked in and said hello and kept on walking, I think, to the bar. And Karen came in and stopped at the table to talk for a minute.
And during the time that she stopped at the table to talk for a minute, what, if anything, did she do?
She opened her jacket and had a glass and pulled the glass out and started drinking the drink.
And as far as the drink in the glass, what, if anything, did you observe as far as color or anything else?
Clear.
And the glass that she had, could you see, so the clear liquid inside it, how much of the glass was full of that?
I don't recall.
And she placed it on the table, is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And what was your reaction to that?
I think I laughed and said, made a comment like, you're crazy or something, just because she walked in with the glass.
Now, did you know where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed had been coming from prior to them getting to the waterfall?
Yes.
And where were they coming from?
CF McCarthy's.
You're familiar with that establishment?
Yes.
And where is that in relation to the waterfall?
It's maybe 200 steps right next to my husband's restaurant.
So on the same side of
Opposite
Washington
side.
Street?
Opposite side.
On the same side of Washington Street as your husband's restaurant?
Yes.
Okay. In the same vicinity from D&E to Waterfall, CF McCarthy's
Yes.
Water.
Yes.
Now, over the course of the evening, did you have occasion to see Mr. O'Keefe? He was at a bar, he had something to drink, is that correct?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Over the course of the evening, did you have occasion to observe what, if anything, Mr. O'Keefe was drinking?
No, I don't believe. I left very shortly after they got there.
And so you left fairly shortly after they arrived?
Yes.
Okay. And if you know, about how much time are we talking?
Maybe 10, 15 minutes.
And why is it that you left?
I had a terrible migraine.
From the band being so close?
Yes.
And when you left, where did you go?
Home.
And when you got home, as far as your children on that evening, who was home, who was out, if you know?
My youngest son was home, and my oldest son didn't live at home. He lived in California at the time. And my middle son was not home.
And so your oldest son, Christopher, he was in the Navy at that
He's
point?
he was in the Navy and he was stationed in San Diego. Yes.
And so your middle son, Colin, he was out. Did you know where he was?
Yes. He was at, I believe, his friend Michael Leonetti's house.
And at some point, did you learn that Colin had gone from that person's house to somewhere else?
Yes.
Is this him communicating with you?
Yes.
And that other place that he went to, do you know where that was?
Yes. My brother and sister-in-laws, Nicole and Brian Albert's house on Fairview Road.
And was that in relation to your nephew and his birthday?
Yes.
Now, while you were, if I could take it back to the waterfall just for a second. So while you were at the waterfall, obviously you see Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed come in. Do you recall what Mr. O'Keefe was wearing?
I know he had a hat on, he had jeans on, and he had something with a hood.
And from your observations, did you ever see him with like a winter coat or jacket or anything like that?
I did not.
And with regard to the clothing that you observed him wearing, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition of that clothing? And that, I mean, was it torn? Was it disheveled? Anything like that?
No, nothing that I remember.
And with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, as far as his appearance, what, if anything, did you observe about him as far as injuries or anything?
Nothing.
Now, with reference to your group as far as at the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the overall demeanor or tone of the group and what was going on there?
Just normal. I thought it was just normal. Sitting listening to a band.
So at least during the time that you were there were no sort of arguments or disagreements or anything like that?
Nope. Nothing.
And specifically to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, Ms. Reed,
Mhm.
while you were there, during the short time that you were there, when they were there, did you observe anything as far as any arguments or disagreements or anything like that?
No, I did not.
Now, at the time, so during that time between when they arrived, you mentioned that John went up to the bar, correct?
Hmm. Yes.
And where did the defendant go?
She talked to me at the top of the table for a few minutes, and then I believe she made her way down the table to either Jennifer McCabe or the couple that was at the end of the table to speak with.
And was it during that period of time that you had enough with the migraine and went home?
Yes, I left very, very shortly after that.
Now, during the time that you were there and you were speaking with the defendant down sort of your end of the table, what, if anything, was discussed as far as sort of where to go, what to do after the waterfall?
I do know that, I do remember, I'm sorry, that Karen had asked if we could go back to D&E, my husband's store, and make pizza, because that's something we frequently do if we're out at the end of the night, if we're hungry.
And was that something that you had discussed with Ms. Reed either on that date or on a prior day?
I believe we discussed just that we went there once, and we said next time she'll have to come with us.
And was that something that was discussed as a possibility or something that was going to happen that night?
I think right away, I just wasn't going to do that because I wasn't feeling well. And I think I might have said, talk to Chris, because I wasn't going to do it.
And is that something that she mentioned over the course of that evening once, more than once, or something?
Just once to me.
So when you get home, at some point, the rest of your family came home at some point in the evening, correct?
Mhm. Yes,
And who came home first? Your husband, Christopher, or your son, Colin?
my husband.
Do you know about what time that was?
I want to say about after 12, maybe 12:10, around there.
So sometime around 12:10?
Sometime around 12:10, yes.
And what, if anything, do you recall specifically about when your husband, Christopher, came?
He came upstairs to my room. He was shivering because it was cold out. And he immediately went to the bathroom, got undressed, and got into bed.
And your son, Colin,
Mhm.
have you been in communication with
Yes.
him over the evening?
Yes.
And about how long was it after your husband came home that your son, Colin?
10 to 15 minutes.
And were you essentially waiting up for him?
Oh, yes. Yep.
Is that sort of common practice?
Yes. I do not go to bed until my kids are home.
And is there another common practice as far as when your kids come home, where do they go when they first come in?
They immediately will always come in the door, maybe grab a water out of the fridge and come upstairs and give me a kiss goodnight and tell me that they're home.
Now, did that happen on this occasion?
Yes.
And so Colin came into your room at some point?
Yep. He came right upstairs. Yes.
And when Colin came into your room and he came upstairs, did you have occasion to observe him as far as talk to him, obviously?
Yes. We talked for a minute. He asked me if I was feeling better. And yeah, we talked for a moment.
And during that conversation that you had with Colin, similar to what I had asked you with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, injuries or anything did you observe on your son Colin?
None.
And fair to say the next day at some point you talked to and had interaction with your son?
Yes.
And what, if any, injuries or anything did you observe?
None. None.
So I know this is sort of hard, so wait till Mr. Lally finishes his question before answering, okay?
Mhm.
Thank you.
Now, after your son Colin came home, and you eventually went to bed, is that right?
Yes.
And turning your attention to the next morning, the Saturday morning on the 29th, about what time was it that you woke up?
I woke up about 8-ish.
And with regard to your nephew, Brian Jr., whose birthday it was now on the 29th, what, if any, sort of tradition do you have with respect to him this birthday?
Every year on his birthday, I go to Dunkin' Donuts. I get him 6 donuts and I bring them to the house and I leave them there with a card before he gets up. So when he wakes up, they're there. I've been doing it for years.
And is that what your intention was on this morning as well?
Yes.
And is that what you did on that?
Yes.
Now, when you woke up, probably like most people, at some point did you look at your phone?
Yes.
And when you looked at the screen to your phone, what, if anything, did you see?
I had a missed call from my friend Jen McCabe.
And was there any sort of notation in regard to the missed call as to what time that missed call had come in?
But it was 5:55 maybe.
So sometime earlier in the morning.
Early morning, yes.
And beyond the missed call, was there any other sort of stamp or notification on the phone as far as a voicemail, text message?
Nope. I'm sorry. No, there was not.
And not from Ms. McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And not from anybody else?
Correct.
And at any point in time on that morning over the phone, did you speak with Ms. McCabe?
No, I did not.
And did you call her? So you didn't call her back or anything like that?
I did not.
And so after you wake up, at some point you go to Dunkin' Donuts and get the 6 donuts?
Yes.
And where did you go with those?
I drove to 34 Fairview.
And when you arrived at 34 Fairview, where did you park in relation to the house?
I pulled into the driveway.
And when you came up to the house and you were driving to the house at this point, what was the weather like?
It was coming down. The snow was coming down pretty good.
And with reference to the house, what, if anything, did you notice out of the ordinary with regard to the house or the street or anything else?
Jennifer McCabe's car was in the driveway.
And as far as any other vehicles on the street or anything like that, what was going on at that point?
I don't recall. I don't.
Nothing you can recall?
No.
About what time was this that you got there?
8:30, 9 o'clock, 8:30. Around that.
And when you get there, you pull into the driveway. What did you do?
I opened my car door. I got out to walk to the car in front of me to leave the donuts and card inside my nephew Brian's car. And Brian Albert came to the door. Brian Albert Sr. came to the door and he told me to come in, asked me to come in for a second. And I said that I didn't need to. And he said, I'm just leaving this gift for Brian Jr. And he said, no, just come in for a second. So I went into the house.
And when you walk into 34 Fairview Road on that morning, who, if anyone else was there?
Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Jennifer McCabe, and Matt McCabe
And where were they in relation to the house?
in the kitchen.
And what, if anything, did they tell you at that time?
When I first walked in, nothing. Everyone was just sitting there, and I was looking around, and everyone was visibly upset. And I asked, what's going on? And another maybe 30 seconds went by, and Jen said, something's happened to John. And I said, John, she said, John O'Keefe. And I said, is he okay?
Objection.
No, I'm going to allow it.
I said, is he okay? And she said, we don't know. And that was that.
And after hearing that information,
Mhm.
how long were you at your brother and sister-in-law's house that night?
Probably about half hour, 45 minutes, maybe.
And where did you go from there?
I went home to wake my husband up to let him know what had happened.
And at some point after you go home and wake up your husband, where did you and your husband go?
We went back to third. I woke up my husband, told him what had happened, and we went back to Fairview.
And so the second time that you had gone back to Fairview,
Mhm.
about how long a period of time were you there that time?
I would say probably half hour, not long.
And then after that half hour or so, where'd you go after that?
Back home to my house.
Now, during either of those occasions when you were at 34 Fairview Road on the morning of the 29th, you had occasion to talk and observe Brian Albert Sr., correct?
Yes.
And similar to questions that I asked you with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and your son Colin, what, if any, injuries or anything out of place did you note with respect to Brian Albert Sr.?
Nothing that I saw.
And, same question with respect to Mr. Higgins, as far as you made observations and spoke at least in the same room as him on that morning?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you observe as far as injuries or anything else on Mr. Higgins?
Nothing.
When you woke up your husband that next morning, your other two sons, being Colin and Dylan, they were at home still?
Yes, they were at home still asleep.
And with regard to when you went to Fairview, came back with your husband, went back to Fairview, and then came back again, were they still asleep?
I don't remember.
You recall, well, let me put it this way. As far as your sons, did either of your sons come back with you to Fairview Road that day?
No, they did not.
And do you recall whether or not either Colin or Dylan was awake when you left the second time to go to Fairview?
I don't.
At some point, a few days after this, did you have occasion to meet with a couple troopers from the state police?
Yes, I did. They came to my home.
And when you say they, how many of them came?
There were two.
And you spoke to them that day in reference to what you had observed at the waterfall, everything you just said?
Yes, I did.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Just one last question. When you, Mrs. Albert, when you came over to Fairview Road that first time with the donuts, as far as the inside of the house, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition of the home or anything about the home that seems abnormal or out of place or off, from the evening before when you were there?
Nothing.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Albert.
Good afternoon.
You and I have never met, correct?
Correct.
I just wanted to pick up on a question that and an answer that Mr. Lally asked you and that you responded to. He had just asked you whether or not a few days later you spoke with a couple of state troopers. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
And your answer was yes?
Yes.
You would agree with me that it was more than just a few days later, correct?
I
It
don't
was
recall.
February 10th of 2022 that two state troopers came to speak with you and your husband, Chris, correct?
Correct.
And so we're talking about 13 days later, almost 2 weeks later, correct?
If that was the date, yes, correct.
Prior to February 10th, no investigator from this case bothered to talk to you or your husband, correct?
Correct.
Now, in terms of the two investigators who did come, you knew one of them quite well, did you not?
I knew them. I wouldn't say quite well, but I knew them.
Okay, and when you say you knew them,
Him. I'm sorry, him.
okay, and who was it that you knew?
Michael Proctor.
Michael Proctor was the brother of one of your close friends, correct?
Correct.
You're close friends with Courtney Proctor, correct?
I am.
And by the way, your maiden name is Daniels, correct?
Yes, it is.
And you have a sister, Jill Daniels, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you would agree that Jill Daniels is also lifelong best friends with Courtney Proctor, correct?
Yes, she is.
And in terms of your relationship with Courtney Proctor, you socialize with her, do you not?
Objection.
Do you?
Occasionally, yes.
Go out for drinks with her, correct?
Yes.
You've attended parties with her, correct?
Yes.
You've also provided childcare for her children, correct?
Yes.
Objection. Move to strike.
All right, I'll see you on sidebar on this, Mr. Giannetti. Everybody.
Objection? What the fuck? It's like, have you babysitted each other's children? Yes or no? Objections for this is. Do you know what? If this gets tricky, the more I'm looking at this, the more pissed off I'm getting as the day goes on. It's like this objection business for the smallest thing. Dude, if you're going to reject about stuff like this, don't try this case. Man, just, Lally, just admit to it and go, I messed up, should never be here. Stop objecting to stuff all the time, man. This is just too much. Fab, I'm muted. Bollocks. No, I'm not. Oh, shit, there's my thing gone. Ah, fuck. Is that mic gone? I'm not sure. Can you hear me? Because I'm not sure if my mic's... Oh, thank God. Eliza, you made me panic. I think because my mic did drop, I kicked it. I kicked it by accident. That's why I thought, no, I broke my mic. I genuinely thought I broke my mic. Oopsie. Joe, this saddens me, guys. This saddens me. The jury, hey, in the can, they are seeing it. It's just more of a. I mean, can you not see how stupid this is? Have you ever babysat for Triple Proctor's children? It's a simple question. Lally doesn't want it in because it makes him look like it doesn't work towards his theory. It's like, dude, if you got so much things on Karen, what are we doing? Imagine the pressure on these guys, on the family, the parents especially. Yeah. The pressure they're carrying as well as Karen. Jesus. Some people are behind. It's all good. The jury can see, I think, October Girl, but it's just more of a, we shouldn't even be here. I mean, Lally, if you're rejecting about babysitting, my friend, then get up and just, Lally, just get up, shake Karen's hand and say, I'm so sorry that I put you through this. I would just want to apologise, and then go over and apologise to her parents as well, Lally, for putting her through this. It's getting unbearable. This is really agitating. And the judge being like, oh, sidebar. No. Overruled. Those are the words you're looking for. Overruled, Bev. I'm not sure if that's one word or two words. Actually, what is it? Is overruled one word or two word? Two words. Thank you, October Girl. So 2 words. Overruled. Not sidebar. Sidebar. No, come on now. You can't do this to me. October Girl says 2 words. Di says 1 word. Heather says 1 word. Oh, there we are. It's all good. October Girl, don't worry. I thought the same as you, so. He has been defending from day one. He has, yes. The fuck is just 1 word, 1 word. Thank you, people. Thank you. Comes on to blow some steam. I bet he's pacing. I think he's having issues. He's on Twitter steaming, so no worries. Defense will find a way. They always do. I know, Cynthia. It's just frustrating. This is someone's life. This is her freedom. She's not. She can't even answer about whether she's babysitting or did Proctor's wife babysit for her. If he's got enough evidence, why would this matter? Who cares? All that matters is all the truth goes in.
So, Ms. Albert, you provided childcare for Courtney Proctor's children.
Objection.
Need a time frame, Mr. Chairman.
Have you ever provided childcare for Courtney Proctor's children?
Objection.
So you need a time frame.
Before January of 2022, did you provide childcare for Courtney Proctor's children?
Yes.
When?
$2019. 2019.
Just that 1 year?
Yeah, it was pre-COVID. And then when COVID happened and everything shut down, I wasn't helping her any longer.
Okay.
And then occasionally after, I would help just on an as needed basis after COVID.
And during that year of 2019, how often did you watch her children?
2 days a week.
And she had a boy and a girl?
Correct.
What were their names?
Jack and Caroline.
And Jack and Caroline were Trooper Proctor's niece and nephew, correct?
Yes.
The Proctor family entrusted you with the care of their children, correct?
Objection.
It's sustained as asked.
You know that Michael Proctor is a state trooper, correct?
Yes.
You knew that he also was from Canton?
Yes.
You knew his wife, Elizabeth Proctor?
Yes.
And you were also aware that Courtney Proctor had recommended you to also watch Michael Proctor and Elizabeth Proctor's children, correct?
Objection. Move to strike.
That objection sustained.
But you go back a long way with Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you were certainly at her wedding, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your son was a ring bearer at that wedding.
Objection.
All right, so we'll sustain that through this witness.
You've spent time at Michael Proctor's childhood home, have you not?
Yes.
You've been to the pool at the Proctor's house, correct?
Yes.
May we approach?
Sure.
Right, I'm going to change streams. Let's see if this one's better for you guys. I think the audio is better on this one. Because this one is one we had yesterday. So hopefully the audio is better for you guys. This is the beeping noise, if you remember. Yeah, I know, but everyone said the audio was good last time, so I'll keep with the heart monitor. It's frustrating because she just said, "Oh, you can get the info about the wedding and the pallbearer stuff in again." Well, just get it in now. Everyone knows now they were at the Proctor's wedding, and Colin was a pallbearer, or whatever you call it, ring bearer, wherever he is. Why do we have to object to that, Lally? And why are we sustaining it, Judge? How come Lally's the only one to speak for that side? Because he's the only one. He's only one allowed. So in the first couple of days, 2 of them are speaking, but only 1 is allowed. Only the person giving the direct is allowed to speak, and that's Lally. If she was going up, she would be the one objecting. Ah, shit, yeah, I misspoke. I'm sorry. They're not helping. It's just frustrating, though. They're just frustrating.
How many times have you been to the Proctor's pool?
I'd say maybe a dozen.
And you've certainly taken your children there as well?
Yes.
Colin has been to the Proctor's pool?
Yes.
And you've seen Michael Proctor's mother and father at that pool, correct?
Yes.
You've seen Courtney Proctor and her husband at that pool, correct?
Yes.
You are very close with Courtney Proctor, correct?
How would you define very?
Well, I guess I'd ask you to define very close. Do you deny that you were very close with Courtney Proctor?
No, what?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, go ahead. Next question. You got your answer.
I didn't hear the answer.
Go ahead. Repeat that.
Do you deny that you were very close with Courtney Proctor?
No.
Okay. You talk regularly, correct?
Yes.
You text each other, correct?
Yes.
You also talk by phone.
Very rarely.
Is it fair to? Did you say very rarely you talk
Phone.
to Courtney Proctor by
Usually it's text.
But do you stand by that testimony that you talk to Courtney Proctor very rarely by phone?
Do we have a time frame? Do you mean now, or do you mean then?
Let me ask you this. Between February 1st of 2022 and September 6th of 2022, did you only speak rarely with Courtney Proctor?
I don't recall.
Were you using Courtney Proctor as an intermediary to communicate with Michael Proctor about this case?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, I was not.
Are you aware that between February 1st of 2022 and September 6th of 2022, you and Courtney Proctor spoke by phone 67 times?
Objection.
Were you aware of that?
No, I don't know the exact count.
Do you deny that you spoke 67 times?
I don't deny it, but I don't recall the exact amount of times.
Okay, so you don't deny that you spoke 67 times. You still want to maintain your testimony that you only talked very rarely with Courtney Proctor during that time period.
I just don't remember the exact amount of times.
Well, you know that my client, Karen Reed, was arrested in connection with this case on February 1st of 2022. Do you not?
I do.
You spoke to Courtney Proctor that date for 12 minutes by phone, correct?
I don't recall exactly. I don't remember exactly.
May I approach?
Sure.
Before I approach, your memory is exhausted as to whether you spoke to Courtney Proctor that day, and if so, how long the two of you spoke?
Yes.
I mean,
Sure.
I'm showing you a document with a number of.
Just show it to him.
Right. No, I just wanted to point out which one that I'm pointing out. So the third, I was missing a number of lines. The third line down, if you would take a look at that specific date and time and see if that refreshes your memory about whether and how long you spoke to Courtney Proctor on February 1st of 2022.
Can you see that, or do you need glasses?
No, I can see it.
I do have a pair of readers that I need as well if you need to borrow them.
Yes, if I could.
Of course.
Thank you. I left mine downstairs.
I just got these and it's like.
Mr. Yannetti, just bring them up, please.
It took me a while to figure them out, but anyway.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
It's the third line down.
Third line down. Yes, I see it. I don't recall.
Okay.
It's a long time ago. Thank you.
And you say that having seen this record, it does not refresh your memory that you spoke to Courtney Proctor for.
Don't, it does not refresh your memory. That's where you have to leave.
Did Courtney Proctor tell you the day of my client's arrest on February 1st that she had been discussing the case with her brother that day?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you speak to Courtney Proctor that day in any fashion?
What day exactly?
The day of my client's arrest on February 1st of 2022.
That was on the sheet you just gave me?
It was.
Well, I did, obviously, if it was on that sheet.
Okay. And when you talked to her, did she tell you that she had discussed the case with her brother?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you notified that Karen was going to be arrested?
Objection.
Sustained.
What did you discuss?
I don't recall.
The next day, February 2nd of 2022, was the day that my client was arraigned back in Stoughton District Court. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
You spoke to Courtney Proctor 3 times that day before my client's publicly televised arraignment at 9 a.m. Did you not?
Again, I don't remember.
After the arraignment, you spoke to her again for 27 minutes, beginning at 10:58 a.m. Did you not?
I don't recall.
Okay. So your testimony is, well, strike that. My client's arrest was pretty big news in Massachusetts, wasn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were aware that my client had been arrested, correct?
Yes, I had seen it on the news.
You were aware that she was being arraigned the very next day, were you not?
Yes.
This case involved your family, did it not?
How do you mean it?
Well, you knew that John O'Keefe was found dead on your brother-in-law, Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
Correct.
So necessarily, your family was involved in this case, correct?
Somewhat, yes.
And you knew that ultimately you'd probably be talked to by investigators from this case, correct?
I assume so, yes.
Right. Didn't happen for 13 days, but ultimately they did come, correct?
Yes.
All right. So this case had to have been pretty big news within the Albert family, was it not?
Well, yes. Yes.
You were discussing it with your husband, correct?
Yes.
You were discussing it with your other relatives, correct?
Yes.
You were discussing it with your friends, correct?
I don't know about my friends, but
okay.
Yeah.
So is it your testimony that with all of this going on, you confined your discussions about this case just to your specific family members?
Not necessarily.
No, I mean, clearly you would have talked to Courtney Proctor about this, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. So, folks, why don't we end here, right? Ms. Albert, you'll have to be back tomorrow for your classes. And jurors, the 3 cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. And I'll see counsel at Sabah, the jurors. So thank you very much.
Jurors is closing your notebooks and leaving.
Let's wait and see if they come back. Let's wait. They might come back, so let's wait for a second. That is bullshit. Finishing right there. So let's end it there so that Julie can go home, get better prepped. Let's get her prepped for tomorrow. Let's get her prepped. What are we doing? You can see a different woman coming tomorrow. She'll be prepped tonight, ready for tomorrow. This is completely inappropriate by Bev. Completely inappropriate. Alan, that stream's gone off. Let me just go back. Just in case something comes back. This is what we call in the business BS. Or as the French call it, bullshit. This is a bullshit. This has helped the Commonwealth massively. She can now go back home and get totally prepped. She can then get her stories with her husband. Like, he knows that her storyline is different to his. So she can all of a sudden, I was actually, my timeline was a little bit out. This is wrong on so many levels. It's unbelievable. I know it's half day, but I thought we finished at 1. But when Yannetti dropped that in, do you use when he said like, so you don't speak to a lot? Question mark. Did you not communicate as go-betweens between yourself and Proctor, or whatever she said? Whoa, ooh, a bit up. We gotta up it. Oh, I'm just like, I know days have got to finish, right? I know, I know that, but like there's certain times you got to finish. But come on, you don't finish right there. Like Mighty Meat says, haven't seen a bailout this big since the big three automotive manufacturers were in Detroit. Right, Mighty? This is unbelievable. Hopefully, Eliza, I know what you mean, but hopefully we never have to figure out appeal, hopefully. So he is, yeah, he's with Young Jerks, isn't he? I think every night they do a breakdown. The other ones that I'll say to you tonight, watch out for Emily Baker, Melly Little, my little sweetheart, Andrew Burkhardt. She'll be on Twitter tweeting now as well, giving her thoughts. Obviously tonight, Peter Tragos, they'll all be doing breakdowns of all this. Watch them. I skip over a lot of it, but I do try and listen to them. Maybe, unless she announced it, and I didn't hear her announce it. I agree. Yeah, I think so as well, Mimi. If Brian Albert's coercive tentacles can get to D.A. Morrissey, then they can easily reach the fragrant Ms. Canone. She's on the fix. Let's hope the feds have a phone tapped. I mean, this is all interesting. Peter Tragos. Right. See you later, Hackster. See you later. I look forward to your comments on Discord. Right. Let me just get this. Oh, hook it up. We gotta zip it up. Oh, hook it up. You gotta stick it up. Whoa. Sean says, I always get out with blizzards to bring my adult nephew donuts on his birthday. Right, I'm going to find this thing, right? Where is it gone? Let me find this thing. I'll share this with you. Something Sean said yesterday.
Okay. See you tomorrow morning.
Okay, we're done.
All rise for the court, please.
Hang on, I got this thing here. Hang on. Oh, hang on. Where's it gone? Right, let me post this. This is from Sean. This fits in nicely with what we're just watching here. We stop that. Then we'll go and see Tom CPU then. Let me put Tom CPU up first. But I'll show you this tweet because it'll take a little bit to get out. Share screen. So if you see this, this is what everyone does when they know the feds have your phones tapped and are watching you. Looks like Brian Albert's tradecraft skills retired also, but Brian hooking up with Gemma Cabe at the cemetery. So there they are at a cemetery, right? Gemma Cabe and Brian Albert obviously communicating like they're not supposed to. Muscle Mafia, Kay Peters comes in. Sean, that's their mother's grave. So it's Jen and Nicole visiting their mother's grave. You never visit where your parents are buried. This is what the anti-can read all say, right? Twins come in. Twin mama comes in. My mother is buried 2 rows in front of theirs. I assure you, that is not the same cemetery. So F you, Kay Peters. Sean's like, well, okay. Any response? Nothing. no response from them. So you got the anti-Canary people saying this is Jen and Nicole visiting their mother, but actually we all know, well, presume and know that this is their meeting points. This is where people like Brian and Jen McCabe and all them meet up to disclose information with each other and pretend that, oh, we're just going to visit the cemetery and stuff like that. So there's a lot, this, because they knew their phones were tapped, they had to go and meet in person and stuff like that. That's how they communicated. Embarrassing for them. Yeah, no, this is what they said. Twin Mama said, my mother's buried 2 rows in front of it. I assure you that is not the same cemetery, yeah. So, awkward. Right, let me go and see Tom. Well, they're coming out now, so let me just go and see Tom because they're coming out. I've just paused it.
Oh, look at the picture. Good job today, guys. Good job today.
How would you evaluate today's life? Well, I think that there were some very, very vital.
Why?
She's been waiting for you all day long.
What do we call her?
Potato.
That's so cute. That's so cute. Can I get a high five? I told you. Done. I love it. I love it. Got it. Absolutely. What are you going to do? Yes, honey. I got it. Oh, where do you get all these? I'm going to be in the New York Post, I'll tell you that. Oh, yeah, but they're not going to write dirt about her and have people share it.
Oh, we're swapping.
Oh, yeah, I like it. I like it. Yeah. See you later. Good job.
Give her a hug. Great job, guys. Stop saying.
Good ambassador.
Oh, yeah. Or we'll trade back next time. Today.
Give it back her. Give it back to Carrie. I don't care.
Good. They're swapping.
Oh, my Jefe. That's so nice. How can you not? Thank you. No, it fell out.
Okay.
Okay. I'm not going to let anybody say that.
Trying to hide behind the car. I don't want to kind of be in anyone's shot, but I still want to be able to get it. What's up, lady? How you doing? All right, listen, man, you go put them in your bag so you don't lose them.
Karen. Mr. Porter dropped these off today. But they made a bunch of yeah.
Her name is Jessica.
Jessica Fritz. Jessica Fritz made those. Yep.
See you in the morning. Come on.
Good fashion on point.
What a great experience for that
All right,
little
let's give
girl.
them some time. Let's give them a long. We've got a camera in their face enough.
Yeah. What a
Give them
great
break.
opportunity
Yeah.
for that little girl. What's going on with Tom? I don't know.
Did you say hi to Karen? Imagine that. See, that's what we're recording. Easy. No, over here. You can't bring it over there. Shay, you can't bring it over there.
Shay.
No.
I don't have money for that. Knock it
No,
off.
no. All right, come on. Let's go.
Where people can see.
Yep. She's running.
Stella gonna chase you?
No, I will go to that. I'll repost it.
So
I agree.
that went up pretty good there, yeah? Yeah?
Going too good if they cut it early.
Well, yeah, I know. What are you gonna do?
Tomorrow should be good.
Yeah.
I can try again tomorrow. You better.
Okay, I'll end it there. We don't need to go any further. Okay, great day again. I think it's a frustrating but good day. The objections are frustrating. That's the important bit, Sea-Dog. We've not heard that, have we? We've not heard any of that side of it. I think because we're looking at it from the defense, but it'd be interesting actually to look at it from, have you heard proof yet that Karen is guilty? It's not up to the defense to prove anything. It's up to the prosecution to outline everything. Like, I know the majority of us are looking at it going, we know why they're doing certain things, but again, it doesn't matter what the defense are doing. The question is, are the Commonwealth outlying why she's guilty? And the answer to that is, in my opinion, no. Sea-Dog, not even a smaller speck of it. Good day, Lan. Good day, Cynthia. Thank you as always for your support, Cynthia. Sweating Bullet says almost 2 weeks and they have not shown any evidence of guilt. Agreed. Big D Dog. Hey, no, that was your fault with the audio. I think we're going to stick with that other one, wherever it's Boston, wherever, 25, wherever. Big D Dog, as always, thank you for being here. Thank you for your support, my friend. All I've heard so far is objection to truth from prosecution and judge. Yes. It's a bit sickening. Lots of these questions. Why are they objecting for? Normally they throw it in early and then support it. Yeah, but they don't. There's nothing. You have the Lane Foundation. Now I know you're trolling now. That's 100% trolling. Lane Foundation. Jesus Christ. They better lay quick. Like Peter Trago said in his thing earlier on, he's never seen a trial like this. Normally trials like this are over in 2 weeks. Where are we? What are we doing? So I know that's a troll comment. What was the other case you spoke about earlier for us to check out? Prairie is called Zachariah Anderson. Zachariah Anderson. So Josie will put a link in. Okay? It's go to thewrongfulpod.com. Listen to it. It's like 6 episodes. Listen to it. It's concise. It's nice. And then there's a free Zachariah Anderson website as well where you can go and have a look. All the links, Josie will post the links for you now. But trust me, go and look at that. Go and look at it. Sweating Bullets, have a good day, Dylan, folks. Thank you. Have a good day. I misunderstood you earlier on as well, by the way. Apologies, I'm misunderstanding you. I thought you were telling me to shut up. I was like, what the fuck? But I saw that and you meant Turtle Boy. So yeah, I got you now. Apologies for that. Big D Dog, appreciate you. No worries, appreciate you, my friend. Here you go. here's all the details there for you, Wrongful Pod. And from there, you'll find links for the website as well, where there's all the documents and everything like that as well. 50 in flannel, thank you for being here. Later, folks, see you all tomorrow. I'll be at work, so you can have to bitch for me. Foundation of Sand, yes. Okay, thank you. No worries at all. Lona, bye. See you tomorrow, Lona. Thank you for being here, as always. There you go. Beautiful voice of Josie. Heather, the potty mouth Taylor. That's the most unstable foundation I've seen in all of my days. No, don't worry. He's just trolling. Thank you, great mods. They are great mods, aren't they, Elisa? So thank you, everybody, for that. I'm not going to keep you time. I've got another stream coming on at 2 o'clock Eastern, where it's with a defendant called Matt Moore. He was acquitted of murdering his wife. And he is having a Q&A session with me about the whole process, about the lawyers and everything. And he's also, interestingly, going to show us how much it cost him, how much his lawyers and his defense cost him and stuff like that. So if you do want to see that, it'll give you an indication about Karen and how much it costs her for her case. If not, don't worry, I'll probably update tomorrow anyway. But if you're around, popping at 2 o'clock, come and meet Matt. He's a defendant. He's been through what Karen's been through. The only difference, obviously he's been found not guilty. Karen's still in trial. So, Delan, you're a consummate host. Thank you. No, thank you, Sea Dog. I love it. I do. I generally do. Thank you. And that's the links for Free Zachariah Anderson. Bye, chat. Bye, Sea Dog. More bad words coming tomorrow. I know. Mighty B, thank you, friend. I'll see you at 2 o'clock or just after that. Bye, squad. Bye, Chrissy. And this is for the Matt Moore one now. So if you want to join us, as I say, if you don't know Matt Moore, that's fine. But he went through what Karen's going through right now, and he's going to open the books and say how much it costs. And I'm sure he's going to say he's very obviously bitter about the whole thing, but you get experience of what people like Karen and him are going through. So thank you, everybody. We shall see you tomorrow morning. And with that, we'll end with the beautiful voice of my co-host, who should be back, if not tomorrow, then Monday. Here he is, El Jefe.
People, it's over. Elvis has left the building. It's done.